I never know how to start these.
I know. It's always that awkward moment when everyone's like, are we live? Are we not?
Yeah, exactly. But I think we are. It says that there's people here anyway, so that's good.
How many sprints have you done this? Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just completely talked across you then.
I was going to say, how many days in a row have you done sprints for now? Because I feel like you have had a week of sprints.
I think the only day I've had off is Tuesday. That sounds about right. Yeah, because I did some on Monday night, then I did some Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, this tonight, and I'm doing some afternoon sprints tomorrow as well. So yeah, it's basically because this is the only time I know I can like sit down and just power through a book. So it's really good. But yeah, I've done a lot. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, there's a lot here. Hi.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
Was watching a new video, Kiwi's impressions.
We were just talking about this. I'm so excited to watch it.
I feel like it's one of the worst videos I've ever like put out there because like the first clip is me kind of like explaining everything, but I'm out of focus for like the majority of it, and I was like, I'm not refilming that, so I left it in, and then I was meant to update like after every day, and then I just didn't. So I think I've just shoved a load of vlog clips of the dog. And then right at the end, I'm trying to film a clip with the dog, and she's just like not having it. So I'm like this throughout the whole thing. So it's an absolute mess. But thank you for watching. I wanted to post it anyway because I was like, it's such a nice thing like to look back on. So in a few years, she's like fully grown because she's already grown, which is crazy. She's massive now.
Yeah, I've got videos of my dog on my phone, like when she was tiny. And she was trying to like jump on the sofa and she couldn't do it. And I'm like, no, she has no difficulty.
I was going to say, like, Kiwi's just learned how to come up the stairs. So if we leave the door open a tiny bit, she can like come upstairs and have, you know, a nosy. Yeah. And it's me out because she's still in like such a biting mood that like she finds my socks everywhere. Like, I don't know how, you know, like fluffy socks. Yeah. Stuff in the wash basket, she'll just appear with a sock in her mouth, and I'm like, how do you find that out of everything? And she's like so proud of it as well. But yeah, she can't get up the sofa yet. She's like desperately trying to, but she can't. And I feel like the day that she can jump on the sofa is like the day I know she's no longer a puppy.
Yeah, my dog's got a real thing for face masks, which is she like my mum keeps her handbag like at the bottom of the stairs, and it's got like a buckle on it, but it's the sort that you can like sort of get into at the side, like just the right amount for like my dog's nose to fit in. And she will put her nose in the bag and like fish out any face mask that's in there. It's so bizarre. It's not like there's any other treats in there. It's just she just knows that there'll be a face mask in there, and she takes them out and then starts running around the house with them. And it's like, well, great. I don't really want to. My mum was like, I don't really want to wear that now. But like,
that's what Kiwi did the other day, actually. Not a face mask, but you know, like face pads to like fix makeup. So I had a full packet of that I'd literally just opened, and she must have like got it off somewhere. But I turned around and there was just these little like cotton pads all over the floor because she'd grabbed the thing in the middle. So then everything on one side had just like flown everywhere. And then she was like having a really good time trying to chew all of them. And I'm stressing. And I was like, well, they've been on the floor now. She's probably had them in her mouth. I do not want to use them. But oh yeah, it's just a nightmare. But it's always fun.
They just get away with it because they're cute.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like she chews the sofa and that. The sofa's a mess. But everyone's like, you can't be angry at her because she's too cute. And I'm like, I know. I can be angry for like 2 seconds, and then I'm like, okay, come here.
Cuddles now.
I'm so bad. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm reading from the back. Nice. Do you know what? I never do that because I'm so scared that I will like damage the book because I'm so clumsy. I think I'll just forget and then I'll just drop it or something.
Yeah, I can never get comfy. I need like one of those trays, I think, that goes across. You can, like, put
I bought one of them for Tom Christmas, but like our bath is like I don't know if it's just like too thin on one side, so it doesn't sit properly. So we're scared to use it in case it just falls.
And then don't like read like a really expensive or really pretty book, and then you just dunk the whole thing in.
Exactly, because I was scared to even put my phone on there because, you know, I like watching stuff there, and I was like, no, I'm not even going to try. So that just sums up my life, doesn't it? Like I try and get all these nice things, and then they just
yeah. So it's the last day tomorrow. It's going well. I feel like everyone, because I'm on the Twitter account as well, and I see the notifications of like other people who are taking part in it, and I feel like everyone else who's taking part is doing so much better than me in terms of like the amount of things read, but it's fine. I finished My Sister Jodie, and now I'm reading Candy Floss, which was my other favorite when I was little, but I think I'll finish this like in the first sprint or the second, and then I think I'm gonna have a break and move on to something else, because I don't think I'll finish another. Even though Jacqueline Wilson books are short, I haven't been like sitting down and reading enough to finish another one by the end of the readathon. So I think I might just call it a day after I finish that one. But it's been fun. And I watched the first episode of My Mum Tracy Beaker today. So
finally watched that. I haven't read Candy Floss either. That's one of the books that I never got round to. And I think it was the fact that it was just bright pink, and it really put me off, because when I was younger, I was such a tomboy where I was like, I don't like pink. And so I like stayed away from it.
That's probably the reason why I loved it so much. Like reading it, I'm like, oh, it is a really fun story. But I think the reason why I probably classed it as my favorite was because it was like pretty. But it's not as like traumatic as some of her other ones. There's no like serious death or like abuse going on so far, so that's, you know, good.
Well, that's good. How did you like My Mum Tracy Beaker? I've seen a load of memes online. I've not actually watched it yet.
It was, I mean, I need to see the other 2 episodes, but it was, well, first of all, Tracy has turned into such a Karen. There's this one bit where she goes to her daughter's school and has like a right go at the teacher, and she's like, I want a formal complaint made, and over something completely minor. And I was just like, oh, it's in my vlog, I'm like, Karen. But it was quite fun to see like Cam come back and Tracy, but I think there's more.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think there's some more characters in like the later episodes that come back as well. Justine, I think, and Peter. So I'm excited to see them.
I've seen a picture on Twitter of like, I think they're in a cafe or something, and Tracy like slaps Justine, and the actress that they've got as her stunt double, anything like her, so she's turned around and it's this completely random person.
I saw that.
I had such a laugh at that. I was like, oh, this is putting me off.
They didn't even try to like disguise it.
Oh, I feel like once it's in like real time, and when you're watching it, I feel like you won't notice, but I think someone paused it at just the perfect moment, and it was just the funniest thing.
No, I haven't got to that bit yet, but I'm excited to see if I can like tell.
You'll be looking out for it now. I'm always like that, you know, when I watch like behind the scenes of stuff. Like I've been watching behind the scenes of The Hobbit recently, and I'm still like, I still cannot tell when the stunt doubles are there and when it's the actors. Like it's so good, but I'm always like, oh, I know this scene has a stunt double in, but like I cannot tell, and I just love that.
I feel like I'm so oblivious most of the time.
Well, you don't think of it, do you? But like they do so much that obviously they don't really get credit for, because it's just all about the actors. I feel really bad for them. One day I'll be on time instead of 5 minutes or 5 hours late. We've only just come on, it's fine.
We're definitely on time.
Hi, I'm having dinner. Nice. I had a really late McDonald's, which is really bad, but I needed to go shopping, and obviously there's a McDonald's right next to the shop. And so at 3 o'clock, because I hadn't had any sort of food, I was like, I'm gonna have a McDonald's, which is bad.
I had Dairy Lunchables for my lunch.
I used to love them though.
Yeah, that's why I had them to go with the whole like primary school vibe. But they weren't as good as I remember them. I was hardly ever allowed them, so they were like the ultimate like treat for me. But
I was
yeah,
gonna say it was such a treat. That and Sunny D. I feel like if
oh
my mum
yeah,
had that, I was like having such a good day.
yeah. But yeah,
Sorry, carry on.
I was gonna say they just didn't quite live up to the memory. The crackers were a bit like cardboardy.
Yeah, and the ham's like really chunky as well, isn't it? Or, from what I remember, because I do pick them up every now and again just for like nostalgic reasons. But then it's awful because when I was younger, I used to stack them like this high and try and bite them all, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm trying to finish Witches of Ash and Ruin for a tour tomorrow. I really want to read that book. Yeah, you put witches. I kind of got what you meant there. But I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you do manage to finish it. I need to finish Rescue Me. Okay, a lot of people need to finish books, so we'll definitely
we can do it.
That. I was going to say, should we sprint at 15:15? And we could do 45 if you want to do it to the hour, or we could do less.
Yeah, we can do 45.
Oh,
yes. We're organised today.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, though, we haven't said what we're reading. Well, you've said Candy Floss, haven't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to read to start with, and then I don't know what to read next. I've got The Midnight Library, which I bought the other day, and it's a lot shorter than I thought it was, so I thought it might be good for a sprint. Or I've got this one called The Shelf, which I also got from Asda, but I think I might go for this one.
Was that one in Asda, did you say, The Midnight Library?
Yeah, my Asda, I've never seen it look so good in terms of the book aisle. I think they must have just had a restock, but I literally bought like 5 things from there because they were on like the 2 for £8. So
yeah, I love them. But like my closest Asda literally has the tiniest section, and the Tesco has a really good one. But you can't go into Tesco unless you're literally doing like a massive shop, and you have to go by yourself, which I don't like doing.
Yeah.
I haven't been there for a while, but I've never seen like books like that there, and I'm really intrigued now. I'm very jealous.
Yeah. I know, when I saw it, I was like, oh, have to treat myself.
I saw someone else find My Dark Vanessa in Tesco the other day, and I was like, I've never seen any of these like popular books there. They're always like these weird romances.
Yeah. I never normally see good stuff, which is why I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, they also had I can't remember the title of it, the Kylie Reid one. What's it called? Someone will know in the chat, but that was really popular last year as well. I got that. Hang on, let me Google it.
Nice. And then for this one, I'll just say today I had a barbecue chicken legend meal with chips and a coffee because I was like, I need to read tonight, so like I need to be awake. I'm on page 268 of Raybearer. I've heard really good things about that. I think I'm getting a Mackey's today too. I've been really good with like not ordering takeout, so I treated myself.
I'm meaning to get a McDonald's, but Such a Fun Age is the.
Oh right, yeah. Oh, I really want that. I really want to buy that. It's on my wish list.
Yeah, I got it as well because I was like, oh my gosh, it's here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's amazing. I love like those little deals that they do. I feel like it's just such a good thing.
Yeah, but yeah, I've never seen it looking so good in there, so I went wild.
Well, I love that. I'm reading Moonflower Murder, a murder mystery book about murder mystery books.
Ooh,
that sounds like something I'd love.
Yeah.
I'm reading To All the Boys, Nice, and The Vanishing Half. Cool. I never finished the books in that trilogy. I read the first 2.
Yeah, I need to see the films.
Yeah, I saw the first film and then I just carry on.
Same.
I liked it though.
I feel like now the last one's out, I need to sit down and like watch them all. But I hear the second one's not as good.
Yeah, from what I saw, I wasn't too keen. I think I started it and then I sort of gave up, but that's just me. I love Perks of Being a Wallflower. It's like such a good book to get you out of a reading slump. And yeah, I hope you enjoy. It's really good. Yeah, see, this is the thing for me. Like, and normally I love mysteries and stuff, but again, they're like kind of more of the cringy ones that like you've never heard of before.
Yeah.
It's not allowed to price books down. Well, that's a shame. reading the, how do you say that? Viscount?
Viscount, I think.
Okay, this is my Welsh coming through there. Anyway, cool. How are you enjoying it? Let us know, because I cannot pronounce that. I'm reading Gemina and waiting for my shepherd's pie to cook. I'm having shepherd's pie tomorrow, actually. Thank you for reminding me. And I need to read Gemina. I've literally taken it out of my bookshelves to prioritize it next month. So, yeah. Oh, that's a shame. I don't think they do 10% off or anything. It's just a deal where if you buy 2 books, you get it for like £7 or £8 or something. So it works out a little bit cheaper if you do buy more.
But I guess they like to just buy one is £4.50, which is like cheaper than what the price on the back of the book is anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I always do that though. Like I get sucked in because I'm like, I don't need like 3 or 4 books, but because they're here, because they're in the offer and they're really cheap, I'm just gonna buy them. Because like there's no point in me paying £4.50 for a book when I can get 2 for £8.
Yeah.
I'm only saving £1, but I'm like, no. Starting Weather by Jenny Ophil?
I'm not sure.
Again, my pronunciation is awful, sorry. Awful. Reading Oathbringer. Wow, that is a massive book, so I hope you get a good chunk of reading done. And finished Heartspeaker. Yeah, that's another one I want to start. I did start it on my laptop, but I just couldn't get into it because I feel like I need the physical copy. So yeah, I definitely need to buy them eventually. I saw Rachel tweet earlier that she'd just gone on like a massive book buying binge. And I think she filmed it as well, so I'm very excited to see.
I can't wait.
Rachel. I love watching those videos because I'm like, oh, I don't want to buy books, but like I love seeing other people.
Yeah, I think I might do another book haul soon because I didn't think I'd bought that much, and then I obviously bought the 5 in Asda, and I've been getting stuff just like on Depop, and you don't think it's a lot, but then when you look at it all together, you're like, oh yeah, I have got like 15 books this month. Great.
Oh, I need to see this book haul. That'd be so good. It's the second Bridgerton book. Oh right, okay.
I bought the first one in Asda again yesterday. Do I even want to read it? I'm not sure, but I think I might do a video like non-romance reader reads Bridgerton.
That's good. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I feel like I'd like the show, but reading it, I'd be like, ooh, I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people have been reading it recently.
I did like the show, but I don't, because I don't read romance. I feel like it's easier to watch like romance than it is to like make myself read it. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I could deal with watching it, but not reading it. I feel like it's more cringy reading it for some reason. I don't know. It's just weird. I also want to laugh at this. I like the way you say kiwi, like a Q. We say it different. How do you say kiwi?
I would say kiwi.
You say kiwi.
Yeah, but I can't really tell the difference between. Say it again.
Kiwi. Mine's like very short, isn't it? Yours is like a bit more kiwi. Mine's just kiwi. Again, I think it's just a Welsh thing. So yeah. Also, I realised it's almost 20 past, so sorry. Hi, Emily. Hi. Just got back from a mini walk. We have a massive storm at the minute, so I do want to say actually, if I go a bit blurry or something, it's probably because my Wi-Fi is just not having a good time. Yeah, I definitely watch a lot more romance than I read. Yeah. Right. I am going to put the timer on. I'm going to try and see if it works.
What, the actual timer? Like the...
Yeah, I think I'm just going to like make sure. I'm going to turn my camera off because I need to film a vlog clip in this sprint first and then I'll rejoin. But people have said they like seeing the timer because they know how much time they have.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt it. So I'm going to like disappear for now. So give me a sec. I might mute myself as well, but I'll talk in the chat now. But right. Hi.
Hi.
I'm not sure if that's how everything works. Hopefully it was okay, but like I was a bit funny because obviously I wanted to film a vlog clip, but I had to like keep clicking on it to make sure I was on mute. And every time I went off, I could see the screen just go like a bit crazy. So sorry about that.
Yeah, it was fine most of the time. It was just like I think when you click something and then it's like Inception, you can just see so many versions of the screen.
Yeah, I haven't figured out if there's a way to just have it separate, but yeah, if it works, that's good at least. How did you do?
Yeah, I don't know how much I read because I can't remember where I was when I started, but about like 80 pages, I think. So I'm nearly done.
Nice.
But I mean, it's big writing.
Fair enough. Oh gosh, how much did I read? I read almost 20 pages, I think, which is good because I had about a quarter of an hour left once I'd okay. I'm trying to film like a non-spoilery vlog for it, but like I have so much I want to say. It's really hard not to spoil anything. So I had to stop and repeat myself so many times because I just couldn't get my words out. So yeah, that was fun.
How far through it are you?
I am on page 342. So I've read this much. I've got this much to go. There's 750 pages.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite halfway.
Is that like a lot longer than the others?
I don't think so. I think the pages in this one are thicker, so it looks chunkier, whereas the pages in the other ones like are really thin. So they can look shorter, but they are actually the same length, I feel like. So yeah, it's a fast read though, but there's actually so many like smutty scenes in here, and I feel so weird reading it up. My face is just like.
I think someone said in the comments, "I can tell you're liking your book." So maybe that was those bits.
Oh my god, that is so funny. I can't even see where that is yet, but yeah, it wasn't quite like a very smutty scene, but it's just like I was just like, oh, okay. I'll just go back to where we were. 5 minutes behind on the chat, just catching up, but Sainsbury's tend to have great books, even if it's a small selection. I don't think there's a Sainsbury's near me, to be honest.
No, same. I only like the little tiny like Sainsbury's Express or Local, whatever they're called, but don't have books in them at all.
Yeah. No, I can't think of one that's near me, to be honest, but good for anyone who does have one. People have gone off to get some dinner. Listening to Pet Sematary. Oh, okay. How are you liking it? I feel like that is a terrifying book.
Yeah.
I'm quite tired and have to cook for my family, so I probably won't be reading anything. Wow. Read 33 pages, but going to watch Richard Osman's House of Games, so we'll be back soon. Cool. I've never watched that.
I've seen like bits of it if it's just sort of on. You know, when you put the telly on and then it's just on. But I have never sat down and like watched it properly.
I was just checking that it is this author, but like I really want to get to this. Have you read it?
No, I think my mum's read it, or she has it out from the library at the moment.
It's meant to be like a really good, funny murder mystery sort of thing, and it's one that I really want to get to, but just never end up picking up.
Yeah, I might check with my mum because if she's got it out from the library, she's either got it out at the moment or she's getting it soon. But I swear she's been on the waiting list to get it like since it first came out. So maybe I'll try and like read it in the like month that she's got it out for as well, so that I don't have to buy it because
yeah. Well, I think like from what I've heard, it's got really good reviews. So like I really do need to get to it. It just sounds so good. But yeah, that just made me think of that then. House of Games is great. This is the one. I can tell you liking your book. I keep glancing up to see you smiling at it. Yeah. I read 39 pages of the graphic novel. Nice. That book is so heavy, it's hurting my hand on this. This is like me with this. In my blog, I was holding it up and I was just like, oh my god, I need to put it down because it's that chunky. It's just like, I don't want to hold it up.
Yeah, I'm sitting at a desk, so I can just like have the book open on the desk. Minimal effort.
We love that though. Emily got through 37 pages. Nice. What are you reading now, Emily, actually? Because you finished a book on our live yesterday, and then you finished another book on India's live, from what I can remember. So, like, you're a reading machine. I've literally been reading this for, like, every single sprint this week. I just keep, like, putting it down afterwards and not picking it up. 58 pages this time, only 64 left. Ooh, exciting. I got through 81 pages. Wow, people are reading a lot.
I think we had like 45 minutes. I feel like for the first one, that's good because you can like get into it, like get past that initial, what am I doing? sort of.
Exactly. Let us know if you want 45 again or half an hour or something as well, because like I don't mind how long we go for. That's embarrassing for me. What is embarrassing? Have I missed something? I don't know.
Might be because Charlotte was the one who put the comment, and then I said about, and then we were saying about you reading the smutty scenes.
It's just like the most random things though. Like there'll be, I don't want to spoil it, but they'll be like eating breakfast, and then all of a sudden someone says something, and they're like, "Ooh," and I'm like, "Oh no."
This is kind of off topic, but I noticed that in Jacqueline Wilson's books, in My Sister Jodie, I noticed that she uses the word fingered or fingering for like, not in a sexual way, but she uses that word so often. And then it's in this one as well. And I put it in the group chat with like the other girls who are hosting it. And now everyone's like, that's all I can now see. So every time I get to that, every time that word comes up, I feel like I'm just laughing. So if anyone sees me laughing at my book, that will be why.
That is brilliant. I've just said in the vlog actually, one of the characters here calls the other main character Ness instead of Nesta, and in one part she's literally like, "Don't call me Ness." And I'm just laughing because all I can think about is that scene in Twilight where Bella's going, "You named my daughter after the Loch Ness monster." I just like lost it because every time I read Ness now, I just go back to that scene. And I was like, "I'm sorry, I've said it now." And then every time you read it, you're all gonna think about that.
Yeah,
now.
everyone's gonna think of it.
But yeah, I do laugh at that as well. So yeah. Like 20% in, nothing scary's happened yet. Guessing that's Pet Sematary. The Thursday Murder Club is so good. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't picked it up yet. I feel like it's just one that now that I have, I'm like, I'll get to it eventually, but I really need to read it. I'm reading Groovy Greeks. Is that Horrible Histories?
No, I was going to say, is it Horrible Histories? I feel like that's the start of the like theme tune is Groovy Greeks.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like if I don't smile, like I was saying, I have to have like a massive poker face on in these lives because I just have to read it like. But
I feel like that's what my face looks like because I just sometimes I'll look up and like to look at the timer and I'll catch myself and I'll be like, oh God.
I'm always like that. I'm really conscious of the fact that like I do have a resting bitch face. Yeah. So yeah, sorry about that. But I just can't not smile about it. What this is like very smutty. Like the Akamath and Akawar are bad, but I feel like this is just like another level. Like I could deal with those before, and now diving into this, I'm like, whoa, okay. So just in case anyone needs to know that.
Does it feel like she's like put a lot of it in there just for the sake of it, or is it actually
kind of? And like the way she describes it, sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, didn't need to know that, but thanks. Yeah. So I just be aware of it if anyone wants to dive in, because I think that's how I felt reading A Court of Mist and Fury for the first time, because obviously the first book is not really smutty at all, and then you dive into the second book and you're like, whoa. Okay. And then I think this one now, because the characters are quite like, I don't know how to describe them, but like strong-willed, kind of cocky and arrogant, both of them. So like they rile each other up, and I'm like, like I love it, but like, oh.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like when they first came out, the first one, everyone thought it was YA, and it was on like YA tables in like Waterstones or whatever. But I see so many people being like, it's not YA, the series.
Literally, I was like, I can't remember how old I was, but it was about 4 or 5 years ago. So what? I must have been like 16 or something, which is crazy. Yeah. But yeah, I remember diving into Akamath, just finished A Court of Thorns and Roses, and was like, oh, I love this. And then I remember just being like, ooh, okay.
Taking a turn.
Yeah. Like, yeah, considering like the first one, they have like completely different vibes.
Yeah.
But like, I love it. But yeah, but this one, yeah. I'm really conscious of the fact now that I'm like smiling, because I was thinking that yesterday during Emily's live. I could feel myself getting a bit like, ooh, embarrassed. And I was smiling, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to turn my camera off or something, because like I'm just sat there looking like a creep. God, that scene in Twilight cracks me up so. It's just because it was the first thing that popped into my head. I don't know why, but yeah, now I can't take the book seriously at all. Yeah, Horrible History is cool. I never read the Horrible History books, even though I loved the show.
I think I read some of them. I remember reading like the other, not the histories ones, like I think they did like sciencey ones. I remember reading a couple of them, or like geography based ones. So I'm sure I must have read a couple of the histories ones as well. But yeah. The show, Elite, the theme tune.
I would have loved them. Yeah. I feel like I know so much about history because of Horrible Histories and like the songs.
Yeah.
Like I just tunes.
Iconic.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to read Akata, but I'm too young and it makes me so sad. Yeah, like I said, the first book, from what I remember, bearing in mind I think I've only read them the once. I don't think I've reread them. Akata isn't as bad, but then there's no point starting off the series if you can't continue on. So maybe just hold off.
Is the one that you're reading at the moment the last one, or is there more to come?
No, I think this is going to be another trilogy. So basically, there's 3 books like to start off with, and then there's like a novella. So there's 4 books out now, and I think this is going to be a trilogy, but we're following the same characters, but we're focusing more on 2 in particular that we didn't focus as much on in the first one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
I hope it does. So we still see the same characters, but like it's not from certain characters' point of view anymore. It's from different ones. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say to Charlotte that at least like when she's old enough to read them, she'll be able to binge them rather than like having to wait.
Yeah, I would have loved to binge these, because I feel like that's my issue with series, is that if there's like over a year between each one, I'll read the first book and then I'll just kind of forget what happens. Then I don't want to read the rest. But like Throne of Glass, I flew through and I got to Empire of Storms, and that was before the last 2 came out, and I still haven't read the last 2. So I'm rereading it now so that I can finish it. But yeah, it's just it's such a good one, and you will definitely want to binge it, because I had to wait for, I think I'd only read it when the first 2 books were out. So I've now caught up, obviously, but I just love sitting down and just binging. Like, it's the best feeling.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely wait till you're a bit older. Like, I'm 21 and I'm still like, oh. Can we do another 45-minute sprint next time? I'm 80 pages away from my page target for the day. What do you think, Karis? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's well. Me and Emily were talking about this yesterday. I really wanted her to read this series, and I think all of the audiobooks are on Scribd, so she was either going to look on her library or on Scribd. So I'm so excited for you to start that. So many books I read when I was younger that, looking back, I can't believe I was allowed to read. Yeah, that's me. I think my mum was just like, yeah, whatever, because my first ever Kindle, it was connected to my mum's like account, an Amazon account. So like if I ever wanted to buy a book, I'd have to ask her, and that's where I read all the Jacqueline Wilson, and like I think I read a couple of David Walliams books and stuff. And I always had to ask her, and in the end she just got really annoyed because like she had to pay for all of them. So she was like, oh, you just have it, and then I just kind of read whatever I wanted. I sort of knew what I wanted though. I didn't go into like erotica or anything.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. I could not read that now. Like, I feel like this is like, it's okay for me, but like I could not just read like an erotica romance novel. Like I could not. This is fantasy with a romance, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But I think I'd just be cringing too hard for like 50 Shades of Grey or anything. I just know.
Yeah. I almost read that when it first came out though, and I would have definitely been way too young. But I feel like maybe I was just oblivious, but there was so much hype about it when it first came out, and I didn't have a clue like what it was until I was in, I think, Asda or something, and I was looking at the blurb and I was like, and I can't remember how old I was. I was definitely like a teenager, but not like an old teenager, you know, 14 or something. So yeah, I used to volunteer at like a trampolining club, and I used to help out with like the little kids, and I remember the moms standing on the trampoline and like talking about it in this like coded way, and I was there like so uncomfortable.
I remember, oh gosh, when was it? It was years ago, and like our family and another family that we're really close to went down to Cardiff, and on the train my friend's mum whacked out 50 Shades, and all I could see, like her face was just like I was like ah! Like imagine reading something like that on a train with like loads of people around, like
everyone knows what it is.
Yeah. I had to say to Tom last night, I was like, this book is tense, so like leave me alone for a bit while I read. Like I think I'd just cringe if like other people were there and I was like, oh, this is scandalous. I pop in and you're talking about Akata. Yeah, we love to see it. That's all everyone's talking about at the minute though. My housemate's got me Horrible Histories box set for my birthday last summer, and I'm now trying to read one a month. Oh, that's cool. I was always really jealous. My cousin had the box set when we were really young, and I really wanted them, but no one ever bought them for me. My sister said, wait a year, I just want to read them now. I'm so impatient. I think it's just because of the hype as well.
Yeah.
Like, especially now with the new book coming out, everyone's talking about it, so I definitely feel like it's harder to like stay away from it. But definitely do. Yeah. Are you reading Throne of Glass for tog-along, like one every month? Yes. But I'm finding it hard to stick to that because I just want to carry on reading. This is what I mean with the binging. Like, I hate stopping and like reading books in between because then I feel like I'm kind of out of the story again. But with something like this, where there's a live show at the end of the month, I do want to like just focus on that.
Yeah.
It's so difficult because, like I said, I've read up to Empire of Storms, and I know like it just gets so much better with each book. And like even reading the first book this month, I'd forgotten how, like I'd forgotten everything basically. It was like reading it for the first time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just really want to carry on, but like I can't. I'm finding it so hard to wait. Literally me. I think I will one day just be like, stuff it, I'm just gonna binge it, and then I'll just watch the live shows anyway.
Yeah, if it's only like every month, then it shouldn't be too long to wait. Like you should still be able to remember.
Yeah, hopefully. But like I know Elder Lingalong's starting again next month, so Rob Hobbs books, and they're obviously massive. So I'll be reading them like I think it's one every 2 months. So I am trying to like figure it out, like, oh, if I read this one every month it'll be fine, and if I read this every 2 months. But I don't know. I think I just lose track of all the books that I really want to read. And I'm trying to read more to get stuff off my TBR, but I'm just rereading a load of things. And like this just came out obviously, so I wanted to read it, but it's a new release, whereas I've got so many older books that I need to get to, but I just don't.
Yeah, same. It's all I go and buy things and then I'm like this was not on my plans at all for the month, and now I'm like, oh well, I've just bought it. So
but I've heard so good things about that, and Joe was reading it on some of our lives like a few weeks ago, and she really, really enjoyed it. So I really do want to read that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I'm going to enjoy it. I've only read Matt Haig's like non-fiction and one of the Christmas ones that he's written, like the kids' Christmassy ones I read earlier. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this is like.
I think you'll enjoy that one, from what I've heard anyway, because obviously I've not really looked into it. I've just heard other people talk about it, but it sounds so good. And I've not read Matt Haig before, so I definitely want to.
I'll let you know. But yeah, I think I will like it.
It sounds really interesting. Like the whole concept of it is like mind-blowing to me. So yeah, I can't wait to see what you think. Did you finish Spinning Silver, by the way?
I still haven't finished it. Because of Wiltathon this week, I just haven't I've listened to a bit of it on audio, but I really just need to sit down and finish it. But I thought I'd do something different in the sprints, because the first week when we were doing them and I was just not getting through it. But I think over the weekend, if I do some baking or cooking or something, I'm going to listen to the last. I think I've got 2 hours left, so I really could just finish it. But it felt very different in vibe to Jacqueline Wilson. So
yeah, I'm not pressuring you or anything. It's just
no, I know.
You haven't mentioned it since last week, so I was like, has she finished it?
No, hopefully on next week's live, I will have finished it, so I will update.
I just really want to hear your thoughts, that's all.
I am still liking it, and all the characters now have sort of, what's the word, come together, I guess.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're getting to the pinnacle of the story. It's exciting.
I'm so excited for you to read it. Even though you've basically finished now, haven't you? You've just got a tiny bit left.
Yeah.
She's literally so helpful for book recommendations. I feel like she's read every YA book or series ever. Is this your sister? I feel like
she's put that.
Oh yeah, okay. My sister. That's good. Yeah, I feel like I didn't have anyone to recommend me stuff. So like you said, I was just picking up books, reading it, and then sort of finding my taste as I went on. And then I found BookTube.
Yeah.
And that's where I sort of bought a load of contemporaries and realized I don't like contemporaries, but because everyone was talking about it, I was reading them. And then I found out that fantasy was a thing. And yeah, that's where I sort of fell into after that. But even now I still feel a bit clueless. I do like the fact that these lives give us a bit of recommendations as well, because there's so many good books that people are reading that I've never heard of. They sound so good.
Yeah, BookTube is definitely the place where I feel like I get all my recommendations. But when I first started, the first time when I was 18, I can't believe it was that long ago. But I feel like I literally I think I'm going to do a video reacting to one of my book hauls from 2014 or 2015, because I swear it's going to be all the popular stuff from that time, and I will not have read any of it. It will be Mara Dyer and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, no.
I just never I never picked up, because I just went on such a binge of BookTube, and then had such a massive splurge buying so many things, and then I sort of fell into my tastes, which wasn't always the popular fantasy stuff. So
I'd love to see that video. I literally wrote in my notes the other day I do want to react to some, but I've only properly been posting again for less than a year. I think it's a year in May, so it's not that fun, because I sort of know what books that I bought.
Yeah.
I'm thinking when I first discovered BookTube, I remember going into the Works, which is a shop in the UK, a craft store, but they have a book section and you can normally find really cheap books.
Yeah.
And I remember buying so many books and series, but it was ones that you would never think, the ones I was saying in Tesco, you'd see them and you think, oh, they look awful. But I was just oh, I want to read, I really want to get into it. And I just bought the worst series of books. And I don't think I ever read them, like you said. And then I think I finally decided now that this is the time to get rid of them.
Yeah.
I was in denial for so long, being no, I spent money on these, I will read them. Never read them.
Yeah, it's always one day. But yeah, I had a big clear out earlier last year, and just got rid. I was if it sat on your shelf for 6 years, Karis, do you still need it? No.
Yeah, I did an end of year unhaul, and literally it was like 40 something books, and the majority of it was contemporary. And it's just because, like you said, if I've read it once, I probably won't read it again. And then it's just not something I pick up. Like, I'll read 1 or 2 a year, maybe.
Yeah.
And then I just don't. And if they're sat on my shelves for years, there's literally no point. And it's so nice, though, to have space and to get them off and to not have to look at them.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I'm such a hoarder, but like, yeah, it was just, I needed it.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that video then, but it will be really embarrassing because
back from yourself.
Yeah, and when I came back to BookTube, I did like reacting to the BookTube newbie tag from the first time I did it, and my accent is so different. Like, it's so much stronger back then. And listening to myself, I'm just like,
I think I would hate that, because I did the BookTube newbie tag. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Because whilst I was at uni, I was trying to like post, but it was like once every like 4 months.
Yeah.
And I sort of gave up after like a year of doing that. And I think most of my old videos are privated now because they are so embarrassing.
That's what I did. But...
And I'm just like, I could not go back and rewatch it. Like, I feel like it would be awful.
Yeah. I also did a, like, for my 20th birthday, I did a video called, I think it was 20 books to read in my 20s. So I want to react to that this year because I'm going to be 25, which is disgusting. Ooh. But I want to like react at like the halfway point to see, because I guarantee I'll have read about 2 of them.
Oh my God, I'd love to see that too. Just joined back. Oh, thank you for coming back.
How was House of Games? I think it was Maisie who was watching. I think
it was, yeah.
Well, if it
was. I was intimidated by fantasy books at first, but I love them now thanks to BookTube. Yeah, I feel like that was me, especially high fantasy and adult fantasy. But the last year, like you said, I've kind of found what I like. And so I do tend to pick up what I think I will like. And most of them I do enjoy. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I don't give books any lower than a 3-star because the books I buy, I know I'm interested in them. It's just, I read them and the writing is like atrocious, then fair enough. But from the plot and what vibes I get, I feel like all the books on my shelves are going to be 3-star and up. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
I read the Red Queen series because of her, and the writing and plot isn't great, but I can't help loving that series. I read the first book and I really enjoyed it, and then I started the second and I just couldn't get into it. But I think it was because I'd left it so long between the first and the second that I kind of forgot what was going on. But I've got three out of the 4 books, so I definitely need to read that. I might do it for a video one day. We'll see. I'm just okay. I love the work. Sometimes they have some amazing books, but mostly it's nonsense. Yeah. To be fair, I found really good books in there, like hidden gems.
Yeah.
I know I found You by Carolyn Kepnes for like £2 or something one day, and I went in specifically thinking, oh, maybe it would be there, and it was. So that was great. Also, I got like a few thrillers. I got The Flat Share, The Whisper Man, and like A Christmas Murder Mystery the last time I went, which was really good. So yeah, very hyped books for, I think it was 3 for £5. So
yeah, that's really good.
Thanks for coming back. I'd find 1 book in the works and then I'm like, I must find 2 more for the 3 for £5 deal. Yeah, that's me. Like we were saying earlier, if there's a deal going, I have to have that deal, because I'm like, I'm not going to pay £3 for 1 book when I can get 3 books for a £5. Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I did that on Depop the other day because it was like, it was free shipping if it was a bundle. So I was like, well, I may as well get 2 books instead of 1 and then having to pay for the shipping.
Yeah, see, Tom always has a go at me, right? Because I think for Waterstones, they've upped it now where you have to spend £25 to get free shipping. And I'm sure it was 20 a few weeks ago. Anyway, I cannot place an order and pay for shipping because I feel like, what is the point? I would rather pay an extra like £7 and get a book than pay £4 for delivery. And Tom just hates it because I always have to like add more stuff to my cart to bump bump it up to get free delivery. And he's like, just pay for it. And I'm like, no, why would I pay for it?
Yeah. I guess you are spending more money, but then you're getting better value for money because you're getting stuff rather than paying for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know if that's just me, but I just won't pay for shipping unless it's like free shipping over 50 or something.
Yeah, no, I'm the same.
But yeah, that's why I like Book Depository, because you don't have to pay for shipping. Definitely get sucked in by that deal too. Yeah, I think we all do. It was fun. Oh, brilliant. Rachel says she was watching it too. I think it's because like my aerial doesn't work, and so we can't watch telly in real time. Like we have to watch it on catch up. So then I never watch telly. I just watch films or like Now TV or something. So I really need to catch up on all these shows. I've got House of Games then. Might start, what is it? Death in Paradise. Is that the one you're watching?
Oh yeah, it's finished now, so you can watch the whole season.
And I'll need to watch My Mum Tracy Beaker. So yeah. Trying to get out of a reading slump, so I'm rereading faves. That's always a good idea. Definitely. I like playing along. Right, this is the last comment now, so we will sprint after I read this. But it says, I managed to get the Chaos Walking trilogy, the Selection series, and the Shatter Me series in there for under £10 each. It's crazy cheap in there. I think I bought most of my box sets from there. I know I bought a Game of Thrones box set for like £25, £30. I think I bought the Chaos Walking trilogy there too. And I think the Mortal Instruments, like the newer paperbacks, I think I got them for like £12 and they're like £40 everywhere else.
I remember getting the Divergent box set from there back in the day.
I know there's a Narnia box set as well. I always look at that and I want to get it. And there's also a new Lord of the Rings box set, but I hate the covers, so I don't know if I want to buy it.
Have you read the Chaos Walking trilogy?
No, but I literally have it here because I realised there's like a read along going along for it at the minute before the film comes out. So I've sectioned it off, but I think I'm like way behind, so I need to read like 200 odd pages now to catch up. So my plan was to read it this weekend, but I've actually got so much uni work to do that I probably won't. So next week I'll have to read like 300 pages.
I believe in you.
Definitely, I really do want to pick it up. I put it there so that it's always in my eyesight.
See, it's one that I've been interested in reading for ages, and I do have all 3 of the books, which is actually rare for me to have the whole collection. But I lent the first one to one of my friends, like, I don't know, ages ago. And I was looking at my bookshelf today and I was like, where's the first one? So he's clearly still got it.
Oh no! I was gonna say we could try and like buddy read it or something, but if you don't have it, then that's not gonna work. Because I do need to. Well, I want to read it before the film comes out. So obviously Tom Holland and Daisy Ridley are in the film, and I think it's gonna be amazing. Even though I have no clue what it's about. Someone asked me the other day if I like know what it's about, and I was like, no. I'm just gonna read it, dive into it, and read it.
I feel like I did know what it was about a while ago, but no.
Yeah, I've not seen the trailer or anything. I just know that there's 2 actors in there that I love, so I'm probably going to enjoy it. Blackwell's does free UK delivery too. I've ordered a few books off Blackwell's. They've got a lot of American editions, which I really like. My mum will literally buy random stuff to get up to the free shipping and then return the stuff to the return table. That is genius! Oh my god, what a way to con the system.
Yeah.
I love that.
Life hack.
Yeah. But see, the thing with me is like, I don't think I could do that because I'm such a hoarder. I just want to keep them. It's like when they do double stamps, because I have to, I've like a few times I've made it up and then I've gone to checkout, but because I'm a student, I get 5% off and then it takes it down and then I don't get the double stamps. So then I have to add more books. They know how to get money out of it. Yeah. Sometimes they have amazing series selection in the works, but it really depends on the store. Yeah. I think they do have an online store as well if anyone ever wants to check it out. Because I had it there again the other day.
I don't think there's one anywhere near where my flat is, so I haven't been there for like years. Because obviously the whole time I've been at my parents', we've been in like lockdown, so it hasn't. We do have one near here, but it hasn't been open. But I'll have to have a look if it ever opens again. There
were some good books on that online store the other day because I was looking again in the 3 for £5. I can't remember the books, but I know The Stags was in there, which is like a murder mystery, but like it's very controversial. So I feel like if you get it in a deal, it doesn't matter if you don't like it. So I have been looking. You what?
I think I have that.
Yeah.
First came out, yeah, but I haven't read it yet.
Right. Well, if I get it, I will let you know. Yeah, love for the Chaos Walking trilogy. That I definitely need to read it.
Yeah, I'll have to message the person I lent it to and be like, do you still have it?
Just say like I was clearing stuff out and I realized that I was missing.
Yeah.
And I know I lent it to you. By any chance, do you still have it? And if they don't, I'd be like, pay me £6, please, so I can get it. Yeah. That's so rude. Right, I'm gonna stop chatting now. Yeah. I'm gonna sprint. I'm gonna like take away the comment as well, because I realized earlier that someone's comment was still highlighted throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was like, if you had to change it, if you had to take it off, I didn't know if it was going to do the whole Inception screen thing again.
Probably, but right, I'm gonna mute myself now and then I'll put the timer on, so hopefully it works. I've had to like put it on my phone so I can see if it works because I can't go back and check. But right, I'll see you in 45.
Yes. You okay?
Oh my god, I literally stopped at like, oh yeah. A very intense sex scene. So yeah.
What, are you like halfway through it?
I was like, oh my god, and then I saw the time and I was like, oh, this is just, I'm gonna have to just dive back into that in a minute. And I'm
Everyone's going to be watching you as soon as we start the next sprint. Like, we know what she's reading.
I was trying so hard, like, not to show anything. I was like,
how did you get on other than that?
I am on page 392, and I can't remember where I was on. I can't actually remember. I think I read like 40 pages. I think.
That's good.
Yeah, I can't remember where I was. But yeah, I've read quite a bit, so it's fine. How did you do?
Yeah, I finished the Jacqueline Wilson book. And then I started this, but I didn't read that much of it because I also went and got pizza because that's what my family are eating, and they've actually included me this week, unlike last week when they had the Chinese without me. So,
oh gosh, if they had a pizza without you this week, I would be fuming for you.
Yeah, literally. I made a point of being like, I'm going to come down on like in our second sprint and get the pizza, so save me some. So yeah, I was doing that, but I've read like 10 pages. And I think I'm really going to like it. You know, when you just start reading something and you're like, this seems like it's going to be my sort of thing.
Yeah, I cannot wait to read it. Like, I feel like it's not going to be my type of thing, but I feel like I'm just really going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like, the premise of it anyway. I'm not sure about the writing because I've never read any of his works, but yeah, it sounds so good.
It's quite easy. I mean, yeah, the first 10 pages have been quite easy to just like fall into the writing style. Like, it's quite easy to read, and the chapters are really short, which I'm thrilled by.
Literally, I had a conversation with this on with someone on Twitter last night where they were like, I just cannot deal with a book that has long chapters. And I was like, yeah, I'm the same. If the chapters are too long, it just makes me not want to pick it up. Because normally I read a chapter, I have like a 5-minute break on my phone or something, and then I go back to the book. So if the chapter's way too long, I just get really impatient.
Yeah. Literally, I could read the same amount of pages. Like, I could read 50 pages split over 5 chapters a lot quicker than I could read just one 50-page chapter. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Can't be bothered. If I see a really long chapter, I'm like, If I know I've only got like 10 minutes or something, that I've, you know, got a 10-minute slot in my day or whatever. If I've got like, if the chapters are like 2 pages, then I might read for a bit. But if they're like really long, I'll be like, no.
Yeah, I feel like as well, like as it starts getting later on in the day, I feel like I just need the short chapters to feel accomplished. So like if I'm asleep or something, I'm always like, oh, I'll go to the next chapter. Then if it's too long, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, this next chapter is like 4 pages, and then there's 2 that are literally like 1 page each.
Wow.
So I'll be like, oh, I've read 20 chapters. Well, 20 pages.
Yeah. It's good though. I like that. How did everyone else do?
Yeah.
How did people get Emily got me spending the start of the sprint on the Works' website. I think I only was on there because I got an Instagram ad, and it was for like a box set of, I don't even know, I think it was classics or something. So I had a look, and then I was on there for way too long just having a browse. Got my second cup of coffee. I'm ready to start my second book. Nice. I was debating whether to have a coffee, but it's like 7:30 here, so I was like, maybe not.
Yeah, I started with tea, which I always do. I start with like, I get a cup of tea ready for like 4:45, so I'm just finishing it off at the beginning, and then I'm onto the cider now.
That's me, literally though, because we talked for so long at the start, my tea is kind of cold by the time I actually start reading, so I was like, oh, yeah, like you, I actually have a cider. I feel like it's just nice on a Friday, like, just have a couple.
Yeah. I don't think I could drink coffee in an evening either.
No, I couldn't. I've kind of limited myself now to having like 1 coffee in the morning if I need to, because I'm really trying not to. but then I drink tea all day. So I don't know if that's any better because it still has caffeine in it.
I used to hate coffee, and then literally only in lockdown, that was my final straw. I was like, I think I might just start drinking coffee.
See, that was the other way around for me. I was like, in lockdown, I thought I don't need to be drinking coffee because I'm literally not doing anything all day. Like, there's no reason for me to be tired. But now, obviously, with like uni and stuff, and when I wake up with the dog, I tend not to have a lot of sleep. So I'm quite tired. So I'm like, yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee just for the taste of it as well, because I love the taste of coffee.
Yeah. Well, I've trained myself to like the taste.
You what, sorry?
I trained myself to like the taste. That's what I was doing in the first lockdown.
Just, oh.
Well, I started getting like more iced coffees, you know, when that was the only thing that you could do, like go and get a takeaway drink from somewhere and go for a walk. So yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it's probably bad because I managed 24 years of my life without drinking coffee, and it probably should have stayed that way. But
yeah, I know. To be fair, I try not to drink it because I have like 1 or 2 sugars in my coffee, depending on the coffee. But I've tried. Have you seen the beanies one? They sell them in Aldi and stuff. They're basically like flavored ones, and they're only like 2 calories per teaspoon or whatever. So I've been like flying through those, but now I'm like, oh, I just want like a good strong coffee again. So I've been drinking like really strong coffee again, and I'm like, wow. Finish those last 54 pages. Well done.
Do you know what you're going to read next?
Oh yeah, we can't stop. You've got to just carry on reading. Had to get my dinner, but got 12 pages down. Nice. Just got here. Hello. Also, please excuse my hair. I had a shower this morning and it's dried really frizzy and I don't know how I want it. So it's just a mess.
It doesn't look really frizzy.
Oh, thanks. It's just like, it's massive. Like, oh, it's so annoying. Sometimes it dries really nice and then other times it's like this. But if I put my hair up, I look like an egg. So I'd rather look like this, I think. Oh, finished my book. Well done. And someone else got 33 pages read. Almost done with that book. What are you reading? I feel like you've not told us what you're reading.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Everyone needs to tell us what they're going to read next.
Yeah. Literally, I have 2 books here that I really want to get to because everyone's been recommending them on the live. And they're the Chaos Walking and The Binding by Bridget Collins. And I really want to get to both of these. But I don't think I will be finishing this very soon. Well, yeah. I think I'm about halfway now.
Yeah, it hasn't been out that long, has it? Only a couple of days.
It came out on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. I was reading it on a sprint on Tuesday. I feel like, I'm not too sure. Or maybe it was Wednesday. Oh, I don't know.
One of the days.
I have been taking my time with it because normally I feel like I would have finished it by now, but I've sort of only been reading on the sprints as well. I've sort of, I said in one of my vlogs where like I want to find a balance now where I'm not just obsessively reading. Like I want to step back and like watch a film with Tom or something, you know, that sort of thing. So I've actually been taking my time with it, but I'm kind of glad. And now it's picking up more. So like the first 300 pages, mainly just, it's not even build up. It's just like setting the scene, if that makes sense. Because obviously the last trilogy kind of wrapped up and then this is focusing on a new sort of threat.
Yeah.
So it's just been placing people where they need to be and this, that, and the other. So like, I feel like it's gone really quickly, but nothing's really happened. But like that last sprint, everything seemed to happen. And I was like, oh my God, there was like an action scene, like a battle. And I was like, oh my God. So I flew through that.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will finish it by the weekend, which is what I plan. Like Sunday evening is what I'm trying to do. Because sorry.
I was gonna say some books are like that though. Like you'll think they're taking forever and then you'll get to one point and then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, I'm done.
I feel like that's what's gonna happen with me in this. Like I feel like tomorrow I'm just gonna power through, but then again I really do need to do this essay. So you know, I think after these sprints, I'll take a break, focus on uni work, and then tomorrow, I've got sprints tomorrow afternoon. That's brilliant. I can read that then. Oh my God, I hate reading it on the sprints though, because I'm going to be so conscious of my face throughout the whole thing. That's so bad. I've got the last chapter of Stephen Hawking's Brief Answers to Big Questions that I've been procrastinating on for ages. Yeah, I would be procrastinating on it too. I feel like I would be way too stupid to read that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like that needs like brain power.
Yeah, and things like that creep me out as well. Like space, things like that, I just can't fathom, and so it really like freaks me out. So I just stay away from everything like that. I bought The Theory of Everything, and I never read it because I was like, no, not clever enough, and it will probably freak me out. But yeah, sorry, tangent. Otherwise, I'll start the ask and the answer. See, you're making me want to read this. You and Emily, all throughout the sprints this week, have been making me want to pick it up, but like I genuinely can't. And I've got like 2 books that I need to read this month that are on my TBR as well. So it's not like I can just be like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, my TBR's just like gone out the window. I've only got the massive, but I've read the shorter ones. I've only got like the massive ones left, like A Little Life and things like that.
Oh my gosh, this month.
Well, I said in my TBR video that I might try and start it because my friend recently read it and she did like a vlog of it, and I was like, just hearing her, you know, when you hear people talk about things, oh, my dog's just come in, you know, when you hear people talking about things and you're like, then you want to read it yourself. Yeah. That was me. So
yeah, I bought that. I bought it from HMV, which is weird. I'm going on another tangent here, but I think they do like 2 books for £6 or something.
Yeah.
So I bought The Colour Purple, A Little Life, Dune, and something else, but then the other one was out of stock, so my order got cancelled. But yeah, I never knew HMV did books, and then because I've heard so much about it, I just bought it, and it's been sat on my shelf because I'm like, I'm not in the right headspace to read that.
Yeah, it's massive, and the text is like, the font is so small as well. So.
It's meant to be so good though. Like every single person that's read it has said how good it is, and I'm like, I really want to read it, but it's going to be such a commitment.
Yeah, maybe I'll try it in March. I have this thing where I know I won't finish it in February if I start it now, and I know that's stupid. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to get it read by the end of the month. You can carry it on into March. But in my brain, I'm like, if you're not going to finish it in the month, then you should just wait until next month to start it.
No, I get that completely. I feel like it's nice to have books read by the end of the month. I hate carrying stuff over, but like, yeah, that's a big book. Like, it would probably take me a while to read that.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, this is a big book, but it's like a smutty fantasy, so you can fly through it, whereas A Little Life, I feel like it's going to be like intense.
Yeah. Well, that's why I've started all these shorter books that I've just bought, because I'm like, can't be bothered to start a big massive 800-pager today. But
that'll help you, I think, when you do actually sit down and read it, because like I was reading the Bone Season like 2-3 weeks ago and I got in such a slump. Yeah. And then I picked up an Agatha Christie book, which is like 150 pages, and flew through it. And then I was like back in the reading mood. But I still haven't picked up the Bone Season because I've been like, oh, I like it, but it's just, there's something that when I sit down to read it, I feel like I need to like focus. And it's just a lot of like time to actually get through it, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah. I did read it, but like, I think it took me ages to get into it. I think at the end I came out of it being like, oh, I did enjoy that. But then it's not my sort of thing anyway, really. But I remember being like really, really confused for ages.
That was me, honestly, because I've read the start of it about 3 times and I've got up to like page 70 to 100 every single time. And then I've put it down and like forgotten about it. And then this year I was like, I need to start it. And even now, like, I've gotten to the point now where things are like picking up and it's making sense. I don't even know where it is. I put it somewhere earlier. Anyway, oh, it's here. I've got the paperback because I can bend it as well. I don't want to ruin the hardbacks that you gave me. I'm literally on page 312, so I have this much left. And I feel like it's definitely picked up, but like I'm just not prioritizing it.
Yeah.
And I feel like I would love the second one more, because apparently people do like the second one more. So I don't know. It's there. I need to finish it by the end of the month because I'm also doing like a reading log for it. So it's one that I kind of need to read in order to carry on with that video.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it doesn't exist at the minute.
All these other things.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I don't even know how I got onto that tangent.
We love a tangent.
Oh my gosh, I feel, honestly, I finish these lives sometimes and I'm like, wow, I can talk for hours and I don't know how or why, because I hate the sound of my own voice. It's not that I love hearing myself speak.
We've done really well tonight, though. We've only just been on just over 2.5 hours, and we've done 2 45-minute sprints. That is, I think, our best effort yet. Well done, us.
Yeah, I love that. I think I like that sort of structure.
Yeah.
Obviously, I love chatting, but then again, like, I do like chatting and reading.
Yeah. Well, I think we're into like a flow of it now, and we've done a couple of weeks, so we've like covered a lot of topics.
I felt so bad after that first live show because I realized that we'd only done like 2 or 3 sprints and we'd been chatting for hours. I finished and I was like, people are going to hate us. They're never going to want to watch. But like you say, now I feel like we've sort of figured it out, like when to start doing that. So it's good. Frankly in Love, I'm actually enjoying it more than I thought. This is one of the books that I put in my unhaul, but I feel like it's one that I am going to keep. I just might move it to my mum's house so that when I like want to read it eventually, I can read it. Because I feel like it's one that I'd enjoy because it's like a fake dating sort of thing that turns into real love or something, from what I can gather. And I feel like it'd be really cool.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a couple of people talk about it on sprints recently.
Yeah, it's quite a big book, but I feel like it's a contemporary that I would gel towards more.
Yeah.
It's like the one that I keep going back to and thinking I probably will read it eventually. But who knows when.
One day.
Justin's reading A Court of Silver Flames, loving it. Me too. I'm a physics student, so I love Stephen Hawking stuff. I've just been putting it off because didn't want to end. Oh my god, I can't speak. That makes sense. I really did not click with physics in school. Like I said, stuff like that creeps me out. The fact that there's like energy everywhere, and like if I was to tap the table, that's energy, and I'm like, no, I can't deal with that. I'll just exist.
Yeah, I always found it confusing. But I also had like a really strange teacher for physics, because we had like different teachers for biology, chemistry, and physics, and biology was definitely the one that I liked the most. And it was also the one that I had a good teacher for. So
it makes a difference. Yeah, mine was chemistry. So I did triple science. So like you said, I had a different teacher for each one. But I'm glad I did that because I got a separate grade for each one as well.
Yeah.
Whereas it's normally, I think it was all in one. So I got like, I think an A in chemistry, an A in biology, and then I think I got a D in my first exam in physics, and then somehow managed to get it to a B. And I was like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
It was literally like chemistry was, I loved it, and I had the best teacher, so I was really interested in it. And I think I was like 1 mark off an A star, which I'm still bitter about. Biology was okay, and then physics, I just, and the teacher was one that would always pick on me because he knew I didn't know the answer. So I'd be sat there for ages and I'd be like, he was literally like, we've gone over this, look through the book or whatever, and, you know, get the answer. So literally everyone, because I was right at the back of the class as well, every single person would turn to face me as I'm like flipping through this book trying to find the answer. And I just have like, you know, when you have like a stress moment and it's just every single lesson I was scared to go into because I knew that was going to happen. And I think it just scarred me for life. That's what happened with maths as well. I read 2 chapters, switching to do some bullet journaling. Oh, nice. I wanted to do that this year, but I haven't even started yet, so I feel like it's a bit late now.
Oh, I have a bullet journal that when did I do it? Like 2017 or something, and I set it all up. I filled it in for about 1 month. And now I just have this notebook that I can't use again because I've filled up half the pages with the like, you know, the layouts, and did like a book tracker and all this cool stuff, and then I didn't actually use it. So that's my problem. I can't commit to things like that. I'll be really like passionate about it for a couple of weeks, and then 2 weeks later it'll be like
I'm like that. I think I started one last year or the year before, and like you said, it's because I'm not creative and I get really annoyed at myself because I can't do the pretty like fonts and the pretty spreads. So it's like the bare minimum. And then I love doing it, but it's the fact that like you have to track whether you read that day and how many pages and whatever. And I was just like not filling it in, and then I was getting annoyed at myself. And by the end, I just gave up completely because I was like, it's not a nice one. I don't like filling it in. And now I'm just really annoyed.
Yeah. I started doing this year like the spreadsheet where you fill in. I think I got it from Hardback Order, but I think there's like loads of ones that go around where you like fill in all your stats and stuff, and then you get like the graphs at the end of the year. I was like, I'm going to do that because I want the graphs and to do one of those statistics videos. And literally January, I was so on it. This month, have I used it? No. So I'm going to have to sit down and like put all the data in one go.
I did that last year. I used Corepile by G, and oh my gosh, I loved it. But it was like I was really ambitious with my TBRs, so I'd like put all the books that I wanted to read in, but then I found I couldn't delete them because it would get rid of like a formula or like something. So I was like, I just had loads of things that were empty because I hadn't actually read them that month, and then I was trying to read them like playing catch up by the end of the year. And I feel like my stats by the end were just all over the place because I was like way too ambitious. And instead of filling them in as I went, I was like, I'll just fill them all in now. So all I need to do is just pop my rating in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just completely was over ambitious as I always am. And I messed it up. So I haven't downloaded one this year yet, but I definitely want to. I just feel like you said, there's loads there. And I feel like now with the updated Corepile, I don't like it as much because it has loads of columns that I'm not going to use. Like I know there's one for DNFs and stuff, and I don't DNF typically, so I won't use that. But I haven't looked at Hardback Orders one, so I might do that.
Yeah, it's more like stats for like stuff about the author and like if it's like own voices and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, that's good. I need to be more aware of that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
I'll have a look at that, definitely. Hi, I've just joined. Are you doing more sprints? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always up for it, but then I'm like, I know other people might want to leave or something. So yeah, we will do. Again, let us know if you want a 45-minute one again, and half an hour one, 20 minutes, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Does anyone have any underrated fantasy series that has lots of romance in it? Even better if there's smut in it.
I mean, I don't really read much fantasy, so I am going to leave this one to you or anyone in the comments who you're now like on the spot.
I'm trying to think. Nevernight is one that popped into my head, but I feel like it's not underrated. I feel like everyone raves about Nevernight, but it's really, really good. And it definitely has a lot of steamy scenes in it. I'm trying to think. I'm not really a romance reader. I go in more for the fantasy elements, and then if there's a romance and I like it, that's cool. But can't think. Fury Born? I feel like that has a little bit of romance / smut in it. Sorry, this is going to take me ages. Beautiful is like a fantasy paranormal murder mystery with a romance in it. That's really good. This is one of my favorite books of last year. You get like the perspective of a serial killer in this. So it's really interesting because you're like in his head as he's like planning crimes, committing crimes, that sort of thing. You've put me on the spot here, so I'm like stressing. Literally, make a video on this or something.
I feel like whenever I have to like name a book, I'm like, it's gone out my head. It's like earlier when I was trying to think of the name of that book that I'd seen in Asda, and I was like, oh my god, I've seen it so many times, but now I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly. I'm literally the same, and now I'm on the spot. I'm like, oh, I saw one somewhere there as well, and I can't remember what it was. These Violent Delights I just read. That's really good. I literally had one in my head then. And it's gone. Oh, I feel like I'm doing a rubbish job.
Maybe you should do a video.
Yeah, I might do a video on it. The Priory of the Orange Tree by Samantha Shannon. That's really good. High fantasy with a romance in it. It's also female as well. And yeah, I don't actually know what else to recommend. It's like the other day I filmed a tag video and I could only think of answers from like 2 books. So I was repeating those books over and over. And then as soon as I stopped filming, I was like, oh, I could have used that one. Oh, I could have used that. And now it's literally the same, where I don't have a clue. But yeah, we'll go with that for now. I'm trying to think of more, but no, I can't think of any. Not any that are underrated anyway, because like I said, if there's like new releases that I'm interested in, I'll just read them. And so I have loads of books I feel like would fit that, but I haven't read them yet, so I can't tell you. So yeah, sorry.
You're more used than me, at least.
Yeah, but see, this is what I hate. Like when people comment things and they're like, oh, can you recommend something like this? And I'm like, can I recommend you something like that? 45 minutes, go for an hour. I'm not sure if I've got the brain capacity for an hour. I could do if you're up for it, Karis, but I don't know.
I don't mind. What time? I don't have to be anywhere, so an hour's fine, but I don't know, yeah, maybe 45 minutes is a good balance.
Well, what if we say we could do one 45 minutes and then we'll do one like 20 minutes at the end, just to like close it off, so it's not like really long then, but at least we'll get a little sprint in again. Yeah, kind of makes up for the hour then, doesn't it? Back, I had to walk the dog and the neighbour kept talking and talking and talking. See, yeah, I feel like because we're all stuck in our houses now, we just want to talk when we can actually see people, and I feel like that's what I do in these lives, because I just ramble on for hours.
I went out for a walk with my dad the other day and we walked past, it was my like primary school best friend, her parents, so like my dad was really friendly with her parents as well, and oh my god, her dad and my dad were just talking. Like I swear we were standing on the footpath for like an hour, and I was just standing there, like they were talking about like football and golf and all things that I don't know anything about, and people that they knew from like secondary school, and I was just standing there like, please stop talking.
That reminds me of like when I was younger, and I used to go to Tesco with my mum like every week or every other whatever, and you could not go around that shop without her stopping at least 2 or 3 times to talk to people that she knew. And it was like you said, it wasn't like a hi, how are you? It was literally a full-on 30-minute conversation where me and my sister were just stood there sort of like, and mum's going, do you remember her? And I'm like, no. You don't want to be rude, so you're like, oh yeah. And then in the end, me and my sister would just go wherever, like we'd just walk around aimlessly for ages and then try and find mum at the end of it. But yeah, I think lockdown's made us a bit more antisocial now.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for coming back again. No, not an hour. Yeah, okay.
We'll do 45 minutes again.
Yeah, but I can mute you. Is that for me saying that I talk for way too long? That's the best thing though, isn't it? Like, yeah, if I was annoying, you could just mute me and go off and do something else. Like, you don't have to listen to me. I can't mute the neighbour, would be fun though. I always think that. There's always certain neighbours as well, isn't there, that you know they want to speak to you. Like the other day, I can't remember. Oh, I'd been to get a prescription and I had what's it called? An online class, basically.
Yeah.
So I really needed to get in, and I'd seen this neighbour, and she was like going into her house, but I was like, she's gonna want to talk to me. So I stayed in my car for like 5 minutes, got out, and she popped her head round. I was like, hi, and I was like, why are you still there? Like, go into your house. So I ended up chatting to her for about 5 minutes, and I was like, oh. Can't decide what to pick up next. Strange Weather in Tokyo or The Perfect World of Miwaka Sumida. Wow. Can't believe you just made me pronounce those. I have never heard of either of them.
Nor have I.
So I don't know. And normally I love choosing stuff for people. I feel like it's really fun. But for this one, I don't know. It sounds like they sound like stuff I'd be interested in, because I definitely want to try more of that sort of thing, but I'm clueless in this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't be much help. Go with the one that's you think you'll read the quickest. That's what I would go with.
Yeah, I think that's always the best in sprints, isn't it? It's just nice to sit down and power through. And you always feel accomplished when you've read a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm back. My parents requested I played piano before reading for the rest of the evening. Oh, I wish I could play piano. I did like teach myself 1 or 2 things when I was younger, but I could not do it now.
Yeah, I could do like the EastEnders theme tune. That's the thing that they taught us in Year 7 music at school. But I used to play the violin, but I can't do that anymore either.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I used to do it like when I was at primary school, and then when I went to secondary school, it got like some of the teachers were really funny with me having to go out of their lessons to like have my music lessons. So then my mom like paid to have the violin teacher come and do it like at my house after school, but then I never practiced. So my mom was like, well, I'm not going to pay for you not to practice. And then I failed one of my exams, so then I quit.
Fair enough. Yeah, I learned is it Fleur de Lis? That song where it's like I did that one, and then I could play My Heart Will Go On from Titanic. I loved it because I was like proper going for like the Celine Dion vibe as I was like doing it. Definitely wasn't at all. But yeah, that's the extent of my piano playing. Perfect World. I don't know any of the books, but it sounds fun in this shit world. Fair enough. At least they can't stop in the Appenteska for hours. That is the nicest thing, though, isn't it? When you like see someone and you're just like, oh hi, and then you leave.
Yeah.
I do love talking to people. It's just like, yeah, I think lockdowns just made me a bit more aware of like how close people are to me and how long I'm chatting to people for. Yeah, she comes outside to talk to me. She just waits at the window till I come over the dog. Oh my gosh. Strange Weather in Tokyo it is. Cool. Let us know what you think of it as well, actually, because like I said, I'm always looking for recommendations. Wow, I can just about play like 4/5 instruments, but not well enough to do anything with them. As long as you enjoy it, though, because I would have loved to carry on with piano, and I really wanted to learn to play the guitar.
Same.
But
I
yeah, see, I had one, but I couldn't play it, and I loved it.
Sorry. I bought it one Christmas with my Christmas money, being like, this is what I'm going to do. This like New Year's resolution. This is what I'm going to do. No.
I would literally sit there and strum it and just sing. Like I wouldn't play it. I would just literally be like going like this. And now I'm so embarrassed thinking about that. I'm always like, I want to play the violin, so I'm going to buy one and teach myself. That would be awesome. That is so cool. I would love to be able to do that, but I'm just not clever enough. And like, I can never read music. I find it so mind-blowing that people can read music.
Yeah. See, I used to be able to read music fine, but now if I see something, I'm like, I can sort of like remember how you would do it on the violin, but I wouldn't be able to be like, that note's this.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, definitely.
Sorry.
No.
I was going to say I tried to teach myself the guitar like with YouTube and stuff, because I feel like that's how loads of people do it, and I just couldn't do it. I feel like I need someone to literally sit in front of me and tell me and show me what to do.
Yeah. So. I know Tom used to play the guitar, but he's got really small hands, which he's going to hate me for saying. So like to do some of the chords he couldn't quite reach.
I've got really small hands. You're not going to be able to tell on the live, but my hands are tiny, so I think I would have that problem.
So yeah, I was always like at the start of our relationship, because I love like when people play guitar, I just think it's like the coolest thing. So I was always like, oh, can you play something? And I think he was just like too embarrassed and he never did. And I just don't speak about it. Oh, but yeah, that's a fun story. He's going to hate me for saying that on the internet. I got to a point with piano where my hands were too small, so I just gave up. See, it's the hands for everyone.
Yeah, the small hand problem.
I could play My Heart Will Go On the piano too, literally the only way I mastered. Me too. I loved that. And every time like I went to someone's house and there was a piano, I'd be like, oh, I'm going to play it for you. But then I got really annoyed because my music teacher said I was like using the wrong fingers to do chords. So then I just gave up because I was really frustrated. I feel like Bella's Lullaby was one that everyone knew in secondary school on the keyboards. I can't think of what that is off the top of my head.
I would probably know it if it was played to me.
Okay, I was going to say, is that just me being silly?
But no, I can't think of it.
I would love to take piano back up one day. Me too. Not that I ever did it seriously. It was just cool, and then I kind of taught myself a bit. Bella's Lullaby and Claire de Lune because of Twilight. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I did sort of think then. I was like, that sounds like a Twilight thing. We're talking a lot about Twilight in this live. I love the, oh my God, what's the song called in Twilight? Is it 1,000 Years by, oh my God. What is the band? It's one of my favourite songs ever.
What, Christina, that.
Yeah.
I don't know what her surname is.
Oh, I love that song.
I know the song, but I haven't watched Twilight in so long, so I literally don't know what's part of the soundtrack and what's not.
Well, I love it. And literally, I think the first time I watched it, because obviously I'd heard the song, but then have it play like in the scene and everything. Oh, I loved. And Twilight's the one where like you said, I don't watch it for like years, and then all of a sudden I'm in such a mood and I just binge watch the whole series, and I love it. And yeah, just talking about it's not Christina. I don't remember the name, but
I know which song you mean because it's really embarrassing. But let's share. When I was younger, you know, when you had like OTPs from, you know, films or TV shows or whatever. Well, it's the sort of song that people used to make like ship or like fan cam sort of. And it used to be like 1,000 years and then put in the name of like my ship, my OTP, but it would literally be someone from like Coronation Street or something. I
love that.
Or Waterloo Road or like something ridiculous.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's where I first heard it. And I think it was actually like a One Direction thing because I was obsessed with One Direction. And like people were convinced that like Harry and Louis were having this weird relation, well, not weird, but having a secret relationship. And yeah, like you said, I think I stumbled upon like a few of those cringy OTP videos, and I was like, whoa. But I loved the song. I found a Zara Larsson song through one of those videos as well, and this was like years before she actually came like famous. So that's my like little. I knew about her years ago.
Oh, she was cool.
I love that Robert Pattinson has posted his original tracks on YouTube.
Ooh, I did not know that.
I will be searching that later on. Christina Perry. I was going to say Christina Henry, but that's an author. And I was like, that's definitely not it. Yes. Oh my gosh, that song is beautiful.
Everyone in the chat is more knowledgeable.
Whenever I hear it, I'm just like, it's that song and also Jar of Hearts.
Yeah,
they're not
same era.
Highlight, but I just, oh my God, those two songs. Bloody love. I feel like the books are all right. I read the first book like 3 years ago because I tried to get in on the hype, but I didn't get past the first book. But I really enjoyed what I read of it. So I don't know. I feel like the films are what made it cringy because the films are obviously like quite bad.
Yeah.
If you want like a very cringy, fun film, but
yeah. No, I haven't read them since I was like 13, and I only read the first 3, and then I just pretended to everyone that I'd read the last one because it was like the only thing that anyone who didn't normally read, or like any of my friends who weren't readers, it was like the only thing that they actually read. So I was like, oh yeah, I've read that as well.
I love that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I always feel weird that I kind of missed out on that phase because it was never something that really interested me. But then as the films kind of came out, I kind of enjoyed it. My other favourite song is from Malik's Wedding and Shadowhunters, I Get to Love You by Ruel. I have watched that scene, but I can't remember it. I'll search it up in a bit though. Used to love Jar of Hearts, still do. What a tune. Hi Cece, just finished work and ready to read. You're probably ready to call it a night. Not quite. We've got, I actually will sprint now, but I think we're doing a 45-minute sprint now, and then we'll probably do a half an hour, 20-minute sprint again.
Yeah.
After this one. And then we'll probably call it a night because,
yeah.
But again, we've been productive. We've actually been reading today, not talking loads, so.
Yeah. Well done.
Good. Yeah, well done. Give us a clap. Right, I'm going to put myself on mute now and just go on the timer again. So I will see you guys in 45 minutes.
Yeah. Happy reading, everyone.
I'm literally just at the end of like a chapter break, so I was like,
I could see you being like, ah.
I'm literally just going to read it very quickly. I've got like 2 sentences. Cool.
I got to the end of a chapter, and then the next one is like 18 pages, which I was like, that's not long, but it's long for this. And I was like, no, I'm not going to read that in 2 minutes. So
I wasn't either. How did everyone else do? How did you do actually?
I read about 35 pages. I got distracted at the start because my friend, she texted me this picture. I can't show it because it's got like loads of other people in it, but it's this memory that's come up from like on her phone from like 5 years ago, and we're at some like event, like a uni event, and we were like all told to pose for this photo, and you can tell that I was so done and no one else is looking at the camera, and I'm just staring at the camera and my face is like and she just sent it to me and I was like, oh my god.
Oh no.
Distracted.
I love that.
Yeah, how did you get on?
I think I read about 40 odd pages, but again I got distracted. Tom brought the dog up for a bit because he was like, I just need to sort a few things. So she was like biting away, so I could not read. But yeah, I think 40 pages is good, to be fair. So I'm happy with that.
Did you get through the scene that you were reading, or is there more?
I forgot that where I'd left it, so I picked it back up and I sat down and I was like, but no, I didn't have any more smutty scenes after that. But yeah, it's just the fact that as soon as I picked it up, all I could hear was you saying that everyone was going to be looking at my face, and I was like, oh no. Charlotte's probably gone by now, but it's fine. I've read those 20 pages of my Stephen Hawking book and 71 pages of the Ask and the Answer. You've read 71 pages of the second book.
And 20 pages of the first.
And 20 pages of that one.
That's like a page every like 30 seconds. That's good.
Oh my gosh. Read 45 pages in the 5 love languages. After finishing something else, I'm flying through like crazy. Positive surprise. Oh, nice. Read 29 pages and did the dishwasher. Are you still planning on sprinting tomorrow? Yes, I am. I just completely forgot to share the link. So as soon as this live's over, I will share the link. So yeah, sorry. Cece's hosting with me tomorrow and I just kind of forgot about it. Or not forgot about it, but just haven't heard it. So
what time are you doing it at?
2 p.m.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to do an afternoon one again just because people seem to like it. So
yeah, it was a good time. I will try and hop on and watch for a bit. I've been so bad at watching everyone's lives. I try and like be on them for a bit, but I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I just get so distracted.
Yeah, I'm like that. That's why I like being on them as well, because it forces me to kind of sit down and read. Whereas if I'm just like chatting away in the chat, I just kind of lose my focus and I do other things. Then I come back and I'm like, oh, they've finished sprinting now. Yeah. Got through 41 pages, so only 36 left. Oh my gosh, Emily, you are genuinely a reading machine.
How are the was it the Greeks? Was it? It was one. No, it was one of the horrible histories.
Yeah, it was Greeks, but I can't remember.
Groovy Greeks.
Groovy Greeks. There we go.
You feel like you've learned a lot about the Greeks. It's what
I would love to read that book because I love Greek mythology and Greek history, so that would probably be good for me. I'd like to fly through it.
I feel like I would learn loads if I read those books because other than like the Tudors and the Victorians, I don't really know. Not that I know a lot about those either, but I feel like, I know a bit. But the other periods of history, I feel like...
Why is it the only, like, history we learn is, like, the Tudors? Which I didn't mind, because I loved the Tudors, and I loved, like, the whole monarchy in that time. But, like, looking back at school, every year we did the Tudors. Like, I couldn't tell you something about Queen Victoria, except for what I've been watching on the ITV show.
Yeah. Yeah, we did the Tudors so much at primary school, and then secondary school think we did like the Industrial Revolution and the Romans in the like year 7 and 8, and then I did GCSE history, and we did the history of Ireland, which I think I would find it really interesting now, but there's so much like politics there, and it was never really explained to us, and I just did not understand it. We did Nazi Germany, the classic.
Standard. Yeah, that's what I couldn't tell you what we did in year 7, 8, and 9. What I remember is like for 1 week we did Jack the Ripper, and I was so into it because I love anything Jack the Ripper. And then I did history A level, not having done it in GCSE, so I don't know how I got away with that. And yeah, we did like Mussolini and Hitler, and then we also did sort of Welsh history, and then the Irish rebellion and stuff as well. But like, it was a lot to take in because I think I'd not studied it before as well. I didn't realize just how much work it was. I literally had 2 massive files like that of just papers, and I was like, oh my gosh. But I wish we would have done more stuff like that gradually rather than like tutors. There you go.
Yeah, and I wish we just did more like diverse history in general.
Yeah, exactly. I literally feel like I don't know anything. Like, I feel so uneducated. Even Welsh history, I'm like a bit clueless with. And I'm like, this is my country. I should know more about the history.
Yeah.
I read about 50 pages of a weird crime book my step grandma gave me. Nice.
I was just going to say, because you were talking about Jack the Ripper, have you read or got, is it called The Five? Yeah, I bought, that was in Asda yesterday as well. That was the one that I bought.
Oh yeah, I've got it. I haven't started reading it yet though. I can literally see it, and it's one that I think in January I asked Tom to choose like 1 book out of 4, and I had The Five in there, and I was like, oh, I kind of want him to choose this because like I've been wanting to read it for so long, and then he chose like one of the Murder Most and Lady like series, and I was like, okay, but like I'm kind of annoyed. But I definitely want to get to it. Did you say you've literally just bought it?
Yeah, it was in Asda when I got all the books from Asda yesterday. Yeah.
Or if you do ever want to like buddy read little sections, because I definitely want to read it, and it'd be nice to like discuss it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what type of book it is though, because it focuses on the women, doesn't it? So I'm not sure if it's about the crime or about their history.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm very excited to read it. I bought it like as soon as it came out as well, and I still haven't gotten to it. So I'm a bit annoyed. I finished Relentless by Eddie Hearn, and I can't decide what to read next. 15th Affair by James Patterson, or The Vampire Diaries Book 1. They're very different books.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like The Vampire Diaries would be like such a fast book, like a very cringy YA paranormal book that you could just kind of fly through. But then again, James Patterson's like crime thriller mystery, isn't he? Which is again a fast read. So, what are you more in the mood for? Are you in the mood for a cringy YA book or a mystery crime book? We're not doing a good job today, Clara.
I know.
Oh, Charlotte, I'm still here. I thought we were on the next one. Oh, thank you. Yay for a full sprinting weekend. Yeah, I'm actually on Joe's from Joannotations on Sunday morning as well, which I completely forgot about. Sunday morning.
You're gonna have had like what 1 day's break in like 10 days or something.
Yeah, because I did the weekend before as well, didn't I? We did Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on CB's channel. Oh my god!
Last week you were saying that you were going to do 4 days of sprinting in a row, and then I think you've had like 1 day off and basically sprinted every day since then as well.
I didn't think about that, but yeah, and I think I was going to say Sunday mornings are normally really chaotic in this house for some reason, and I think because that's going to be the last day for me to do my uni work. I don't know if I'll actually read. I might use the sprints as like a work day, but then I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it goes. I forgot about that though.
Did you do your StreamYard trial thing? You were saying last week that you were going to like do the free trial of the fancy.
I've done the free trial for this to be in 1080p. So like the quality should be a little bit better. I'm not sure if it is. I haven't actually looked back at them. But it finishes 12 p.m. tomorrow, so before the sprint. So I'm a bit annoyed, but that's why I was kind of like, I want to do a lot of sprints so that trial thing is kind of like worth it. Because otherwise I'll have to pay for it now. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'll go back to being blurry. It's fine. But I did look at webcams and like they're not the best because like the mics in them are always a bit funny and I'm like, oh, I don't want to spend money on a good webcam and then have the audio be rubbish. So I don't know. I'll have to go between your sprints and Maddie's because she usually goes from 10 to about 4 or 5. Maddie is not doing them. I don't think. She is having an operation today or tomorrow. So I don't think she's doing them anymore. Just so you know. Emily says the Greeks are great. I love the section on the gods. Oh my gosh, have you read Mythos? Either of you by Stephen Fry? Oh my gosh, you'd love that. I think you'd love it anyway. I'm not sure. It's like one where it takes a while when you start it just to wrap your head around it because like obviously Greek gods, it's like trying to introduce you to everything. But oh my gosh, the way Stephen Fry narrates it as well, because I listened to the audiobook, it's just such a good one. So highly recommend that, especially to you, Emily, if you like that. A lot of the rest is brutal but interesting. Yeah. I've got was it Heroes by Stephen Fry as well that I need to get to. So I definitely need to read that soon. I feel like that's going to be really brutal. I think the Greek gods are more like petty. So they do stuff just out of spite. Like they don't care about humans. So they're like, oh, we'll just do this to this woman. And then you're like, oh.
Yeah, I used to be really into it, like mythology and learning about the gods and stuff when I was younger. But I feel like since primary school, I just haven't ever sort of, learnt anything more about it. So I probably would be interested. I
honestly, throughout primary school and even now, I'm just absolutely obsessed with Egyptian mythology. And I remember in year four, we were doing like a project and it basically was like, you know, when the like World Cup's on and you'd take something out of a hat and that'd be your team. It was basically like that, but with the countries. And I got Egypt and I've never been more excited in my life. This was year 4, so I was about 7, 8.
Yeah.
And I bought like a ring binder, but the small one. And I made this massive collage all across the ring binder. I'd like properly studied it. I'd like gone over the gods. I'd written my name in hieroglyphics and everything. And I was so proud of it. And I don't know where it's gone. And one day I would love to have found it and just been like, the effort and love I put into that little project.
Yeah.
That was next level. And I wish I had it because like, it'd probably be awful to look at now. You know, like when a little kid brings you a drawing and you're like,
yeah.
That's like the thing I think that definitely sort of kickstarted it. But then I can never find books about it, especially like fiction books. You know, you get a lot of Greek retellings, but you don't get Egyptian, which is sad. So if anyone knows of some, please leave them in the comments because I would really appreciate it. I feel like my little geeky side is coming out now. History in school is so weird. We did some really ancient history, Neanderthals, and then Romans and Industrial Revolution and such, and then years and years and years of World War II. Yeah. Everyone did World War II. Yeah, I feel like we should have learned more about the First World War as well, because like compared to World War II, I was like, you know, we didn't learn a lot. We got the trenches, and I remember trench foot being a massive thing because we were all really creeped out by it. But yeah, I'm in secondary school and I've done Egyptian, Vikings, Romans, Mayans, Battle of Hastings, the First Crusade, Greeks, World War II, William the Conqueror. There's probably more, I've just forgotten that. That is crazy. Can you imagine that? I can't imagine my brain being like...
Yeah.
That's so interesting though. That's what I love about historical fiction, when it's more than just being a love story and fancy dresses. I love historical that teaches me about historic events from a personal family perspective. I agree, and I really do want to get into more historical fiction because I love The Book Thief and stuff like that. I just find it such a beautiful book, and obviously, like you say, it doesn't romanticize anything. It literally says this is it, but it's technically fictional, which is not. But I just never pick them up, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know what this is for.
I can't remember.
No, I don't. I'm on yours tomorrow, Joe's on Sunday morning, and then my own on Sunday evening. Oh yeah, sorry I couldn't come to that one. It's because I'm doing Joe's in the morning, and 2 sprints would definitely today. I still have one co-host spot open for Sunday evening. Oh, I've literally just said I probably won't, just because, like I said, I think I can only manage 1 sprinting session a day. Otherwise, I will just not be with it. But there's a spot open to host on Cece's channel if anyone's interested. I had a really good time last week, and I actually found a lot of people that I'd never seen their videos or anything before, and they were actually really, really lovely. So yeah, I feel like I'm more in the mood for crime, but I also keep getting drawn to the Vampire Diaries book on my bookshelf. Start both. Start a chapter of each and see which one you're in the mood for. I feel like that's always helpful. The image seems to be perfectly fine. I don't think you need to spend money on a webcam. Cool. I think it was just because in my first sprint I was really blurry, so it must have just been the Wi-Fi or something. But
yeah,
I'm really blurry.
Yeah, you've always been like clear on all the ones I've done with you.
Oh, that's fine then. I got an email saying I'd nearly used up all my free live streaming time for the month.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Is there a limit?
You know what? I never check my emails for stuff like this. I always say look my YouTube email and then I just never look at it. I didn't know this was a thing, but you do a lot of afternoon sprints for that, Emily, don't you? So maybe that's why. I feel like I think this week is the only week where I've done a lot of sprints, because normally I'm on a lot of other people's channels, but this is the week that I'm hosting a lot. So I think it'll be fine, hopefully. I didn't know. Thank you. I'll jump onto Joe's. I have mythos too. Yeah, I just know because I was on India's live with Maddie last night, and she was talking about how she probably won't be feeling up to it because she will have just had an operation, which I don't blame her for. No, I really want to read Mythos. Been looking for it in Tesco, but yet to find it. I think I found it in Tesco, in that little deal. The Stone Age. Oh my gosh, we've done loads.
So much.
Really gotten into Greek mythology recently. I started reading Lore Olympus, the webcomic. Oh, okay. I feel like I've heard a lot about that. I've got Lore by Alexandra Bracken, which I really want to read, but I will definitely look up that one. Where am I? My jam as a child was that song in The Prince of Egypt about the gods, and I'd be able to sing all the words and chant all the names of them. Oh my god, I love that film. Such a good one. I can't remember the song now, though. I'll have to rewatch it. In year 7, we had to build a castle, and some people went full out with massive castles. I love that. That's another thing, actually, that we were never taught about, is like the castles, because obviously Wales has quite a few. Yeah. And I only learned in my first year at uni the significance of them, because when we were conquered, that king created all the castles as basically a kind of middle finger to the Welsh, being like, this is now my building. It's going to be right in the middle of all your houses, and you have to look at it. And then they brought all the foreign people in. And yeah, I didn't realize that. It was basically another way to like step on the Welsh.
Crazy,
Which, you'd think that we'd be about that, but no.
Yeah.
So now, sorry, Karen.
I was going to say this might be a stupid question, but it's like the education in Wales, is it like is it set by the Welsh like government and stuff, or is it like the English deciding it?
It's a lot more Welsh now than it was. I think there's definitely been an emphasis on it recently. I remember when I was in school, I barely did anything on it, but from what I've seen in the lessons that I've been doing, it is like a very big focus now. And especially primary, it's a lot of like local things as well, like trying to teach them about the history of where they're from and this, that, and the other. But yeah, I didn't have barely any, but I think because they're trying to get so many Welsh speakers as well by 2050, I think it's like 1 million or something, which I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Hopefully. But yeah, I feel like now there's definitely a lot more of an emphasis on it. So I think they are trying to bring it in. Because yeah, I feel awful that like I don't know half the stuff I should. And like I've done a degree in this, so I'm like
but if you weren't taught it, and I was gonna say I can just imagine like the English being like, oh, we're not gonna bother to teach you this that's like relevant to you.
Yeah, exactly. But I love castles. Like I always think they're amazing, like the way they've been built at that time and stuff. And I live quite close to Carnarvon Castle, and I love going there. But ever since, you know, hearing about the actual history behind it, I'm like, oh, this is actually really bad. Like,
yeah.
But I just, again, it's like, I think just the construction of it just really fascinated me. But yeah, the history behind it is actually not great. Which is what history is, to be fair. It's not great. I love history so much. I can remember the weirdest facts. I'm a teacher from year 4 and 2 was Northern Irish, so I can remember loads about certain subjects from his accent. That's really cool, isn't it? When you can like picture someone saying something and you remember it. When we did World War II in year 6, I literally wrote a novel which was diary from the perspective of a pilot. Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
I used to read this book series when I was younger. I think it was called like Historical House or something like that. They were so good. It was about this one house all through history. So it was the same location, but it'd be like a family living in the house in like one era. And then the next book would be a different family living in the house for like the next century or something. And it went like all through history.
That is so cool. I remember some sort of like television program about that where people had to live in like a certain decade or something.
Like recently.
I think so, but I was really fascinated by it. Like I really loved it.
There was a series on last year and one on this year that's called Back in Time. And last year they did Back in Time for school. And this year they did one all about like the corner shop. And it started in like the 1800s, I think, and then every episode they went to like a different decade right up to the present day, and it was like seeing how school was for like each decade, and then the corner shop this year. I really enjoyed that. I was so like nerdy sitting down watching them.
I love stuff like that though. Like I think I'll probably go back and look for stuff like that because yeah, it's really fascinating.
Yeah, it was on recently. I think it's the BBC, so it should just be on iPlayer.
Oh, that's cool. I'll message you about it. Be like, what was the
name? Yeah, right.
So we've got a quarry right by where I live in Llanberis, and a part of that there's like a couple of houses, and like you said, every house is like a different, not century, I don't think, but there's like so many years between each one, and so they've like designed it how it would have been, and you can literally walk through this house. Like I think there's like 5 or 6 houses, like you say, from like the 1800s up to present day. And it's so weird, but like it's so fascinating just to go around and be like, people used to pee in a pot under their bed. That's cool. Yeah. Just little things like that. And I was like, I don't get how people were just content. Like considering the technology we have now, it's like crazy to look back and think, how we live like that. It's just it's mind blowing.
Yeah, I definitely find like the social history stuff like the most interesting. I think I'm going to try to see if I can find the name of this book series that I used to read because
oh god, I want to know about it now. I built a Viking longship in school and my dad brought it down from the loft over Christmas and it was nowhere near as good as I'd remembered. That's always the thing, isn't it, when you like remember something you did and you're so proud of it and then you see it like years later and you're like, that's awful. To be fair, that Norse mythology is something else that I'm very, very interested in. I still need to finish Vikings, which is a TV series on Amazon. I started the last season a couple of weeks ago, binged the first half, and then I'm just too scared because I don't want it to end, so I've just not watched it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh my god, it's so good. It's very violent, like it's very gruesome and graphic, so be aware. But such a good series. I love so many songs from Horrible Histories. I know all of the words. Oh my god, I cannot speak. I know all of the words. The Charles II rap. Oh my god, I love that one when he's like, I love the people and the people love so much. So the English monarchy. And my sister and I chant them at each other all the time. That's the thing. I feel like we used to do it at the most random times. So we'd be like sat in a pub or something, a few drinks down, and then all of a sudden we'd be singing horrible history songs, and everyone would join in, like different tables, and we'd all be like, "Way!" I feel like it's just that a part of like British history now.
Yeah.
The only thing I can really remember about history is doing Nazis and JFK. Oh my gosh, I didn't do JFK. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we did anything like American.
See, I only did American history. Again, this is weird because I did it in my degree. But it was basically, what I didn't realize is at the time of the Civil War, there was loads of Welsh people that moved to America and like settled there. So there's like full-on Welsh villages in America, and it was all about how they played a role in the Civil War, and it was just the most interesting thing. And again, I've never heard of anything like that, but yeah, it was all about like texts that had been sent from America back here, like explaining what was going on, and I was like, that is the coolest thing, and I've not heard about it. Why is that a thing? That's cool. Yeah, it's so interesting. Cardiff Castle is links to the family that also founded the school I went to in Hampshire, which is a bit random. Yeah. Nothing in Wales is Welsh anymore. I love Wales. I've been to Pwllheli and Llanberis every year, apart from last year since I was 6 months old. It's such a beautiful place. I also like the corner shop programme. It was great. And they were near where I live and support my football team, which is a bonus. We also got taught that some of the main events in Macbeth were based off the small town I live in Scotland. Also, I don't know why we learnt this in history and not in English. Fair enough. You know what? I was thinking the other day as well, I can't remember studying anything in English. I remember Romeo and Juliet, and I feel like we spent like months on that, but I can't remember anything else. So I barely read any Shakespeare or anything except for Romeo and Juliet, which is a bit sad because I think I'd love Macbeth and A Midsummer's Night Dream. I think I said that right.
Yeah.
I read like a child version of it, like a children's version, and I fell in love with it. So I feel like I really do need to read the actual play.
We did Of Mice and Men for literally years, it felt like. And we did Romeo and Juliet for Shakespeare, but we didn't do it properly. We just read like about 3 scenes from it, and she was like, "These are the ones that you need for your life." But,
did you watch the film?
Yeah, I think
that's
wonderful. Because we were like in the top set for my GCSE class, they basically decided that they wanted to push us to do an extra GCSE so that they'd look good, basically, the school would. So when we were in year 9, my class, we didn't do English for the entire year. They made us all do like a short course in media studies. So then we got a media studies GCSE, but we didn't do English for the entire year. And then we go back to English for our like year 10 and 11.
Sorry, Karen.
You know, I'm gonna say it's a bit stupid, like not doing a core subject for an entire year just so they could be like, oh, they've got GCSEs.
Oh my god. Yeah, I remember I said this in a live the other week. I literally did Of Mice and Men for 2 years.
Yeah.
We did it and we'd spent a while on it, but then either the papers were graded too harshly or everyone just did really poorly. So I think I got a C, which is weird for me in English lit because obviously I love it. And then I think I resat that 2 or 3 times, and by the end I was just not bothered about it anymore, and I was getting really annoyed. But because we'd spent so long on that, I was meant to be doing Heroes, which is like a war story. Didn't finish that book. The teacher got about halfway and was like, "You're on your own. You've got to read it and just come up with stuff." And then there was also an Inspector Calls, which I could honestly not tell you anything about because again she was like, "Oh, we do need to study this, but like we haven't really got time, so like just go ahead." And I was like,
Great.
I know. So I ended up getting like, I think I got a B in English lit, which I'm still mad about to this day. I should have done a lot better. But I got an A star in English language. How can I have an A star and a B?
Yeah.
So yeah, still bitter about that. But I don't know what it is with English teachers. I feel like they're trying to put in like way too much and then they focus on all the irrelevant things. It's just crazy.
It's always like the classic bits. It's like her nail polish was red, or she like her shadow blocked the doorway, which was ominous.
I just hated that every book in school that you picked up, the spoiler was written inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh. I love that. I really liked Spider-Man though.
Yeah, we did it for our coursework, and then we had to like write a creative writing piece from like one of the characters' points of view, and I did it from, I think I wrote from Curly's wife's point of view, but I literally just put in so many. It was around the era that Taylor Swift had just released the Speak Now album, and if my teacher listened to her, then I think I would have failed for plagiarism because they were literally just them. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's brilliant. Yeah, I didn't do it for coursework. I did it as an exam. So you had like, I can't remember what it was. You definitely had one character-based question where you had to write an essay about a certain character, but obviously you didn't know which character you were getting. And I think there was just one sort of like general one, sort of like, how does this reflect the time period or whatever? I honestly couldn't tell you now. I think as soon as I sit an exam, I'm like gone.
Yeah, we did the Crucible for our exam, the play, but we had a character question, and it was like the question that got put in our exam, it wasn't any of the major characters. It was like this guy who's sort of, he's not a really minor character, but he's not in it very much. He's got about 2 like key moments. And I remember just being like, well, that's great. We've been taught about these like big characters.
Yeah. Oh my God, I would have cried.
Yeah. Just like make something up. Basically.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best thing, isn't it? And then just hope for the best. Me and my housemate sat down one day and watched the big compilation of all the songs from series 1 to 5. Oh my God, I love that. Someone from the family married into the Welsh family, so it was still Welsh. Cool. Did you read the And I Darken series? It opened up my eyes to how some fiction can teach you some history, but it's hard to make sure you rate fiction from facts sometimes. I have the first book, and I've kept putting it off just because I've heard a few weird things about it, but I'm sure that's about like Vlad the Impaler or something, which sounds really interesting to me, so yeah. Also, I've just seen this, which, have I? I don't actually know if I have, but if I have, thank you very much. That is crazy. Wow.
Congrats. You're like 1.5k now, right? Or nearly.
I'm on 1.43, I think, which is crazy because I literally hit 1k like 2 weeks ago, I think. So yeah, that is, I think I've gained like 530 subscribers in the last like 28 days, which is more than what I've gained in the last like year almost, which is just crazy. So thank you. It's just so weird. This year in English, we're doing A View from the Bridge, and I think it might be my favourite play. Oh, I've not heard about that. See, this is me just being uneducated again. What are other classics that everybody reads in schools in the UK that are not Shakespeare? Just talked about that with a colleague, and I can't think of anything else. Like I said, Of Mice and Men, that's like a modern classic in a way, by John Steinbeck. I read Heroes, can't remember who the author is, and An Inspector Calls. I can't remember off the top of my head what else I did.
I did Of Mice and Men and The Crucible, but one of the other classes in my school did To Kill a Mockingbird.
My sister did that. I really want to read that as well, though. It sounds like something I'd enjoy.
And then I did A level, and I did Gatsby and Wuthering Heights were like the main ones, and then Shakespeare, and then a load of
that. Oh, that's so interesting. See, that's why I think I haven't read any classics, because I haven't really had an experience with them in school.
Yeah, that's like the only time I've read them, really, because I had to for uni as well. So,
has it taken the fun out of it for you, though, or are you sort of still liking it?
I think I realised very early on that I shouldn't have done English at uni, because I like reading, but I don't actually really care about analysing texts, and like the historical context I find interesting if it's a context that I am actually interested in. You know, I don't care about certain things that we had to learn at uni. So yeah, that's
the thing. I always wanted to do that, but then Rebecca from Rebecca Books, she does English literature, but like the amount of reading she has to do is just mind blowing. Like I genuinely cannot understand, but she loves it. Like she genuinely loves like classics and things like that, which is great, obviously. But yeah, I don't think I would enjoy studying it. I feel like I have the freedom to pick them up if I want to, but if I was forced to read them, I don't think I would have enjoyed it.
I think it comes back, the reason why I didn't like comes back to that having like a good teacher. When I was at college, like doing my A-levels, my English class was like the best class, and my teachers were like amazing, and made me think, oh, I'll go and do it at uni. Whereas before that, I'd always, like secondary school and stuff, I'd always said that I'd go and do geography, and then when I was at uni, I was like, I should have done geography.
That's the thing, but like it's so hard trying to decide what you want to do at uni, because I wanted to do chemistry because I wanted to go into forensic science, but then I had to change schools because we moved, and then I couldn't do chemistry because it was in the same column as Welsh or something, and I was like, well, I want to do Welsh because I enjoy it. And so I didn't do it, and so obviously I went to uni to do Welsh, even though I didn't really want to go to uni, but everyone was like, well, just do it. Which I'm glad I did, because at least now I've got a degree in it. But like I kind of always knew I wanted to do teaching, but I didn't want to just go into it straight away and do like a 3-year course on it, because I would have rather have had a degree and then do a PGC or something. But like at the time, I had no idea what I was wanting to do. Like I think it was last minute that I applied to uni because I was just like in such a weird mindset for it. Also, congrats on growing. You're starting to get the full restaurant effect. I don't know what that effect is, but it's cool. Did To Kill a Mockingbird, and we did Woman in Black in year 9 for some reason. Ooh. Frankenstein. Oh, I read that last year. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did that at uni. It was one of the ones that I actually enjoyed.
My English teacher says that my work is year 9 quality and I'm in year 7. She loves every piece of work I do. And in year 3, I did a piece of work on a widow. Thought I was going to say window then. I was like, oh, on a widow. And my teacher said it was so touching. She cried. Wow. That's cool. Stay active.
I always used to write really like disturbing stuff. Like I remember writing something in year like 4 at primary school, and we had to write about like a creative piece on like why the robin's got a red breast, and no word of a lie, I wrote something like about some sort of someone being like murdered or attacked or something, and the robin being in the vicinity.
Are you okay? But the teacher was reading it being like, do I need to contact this guy? Oh my god, that is brilliant. I remember writing like, I think you had to come up with the beginning of like a creepy story, and I think I got like 16 out of 20 or something, but I wasn't in school the day that we got our papers back, and so my classmates, basically we're all at different tables. I don't know how different schools are set out, but yeah, we had our table and there was 4 of us around this table, so it was just like our group, and they'd all written across my work like swats, like try hard, and they were just being funny, but like I was so pleased that I got it back, and I was like, oh, like I look like such a swat, but like I'm so happy. Let's talk about And I Darken Another Time and the weird things you've heard. Great Expectations, Street, I Did Of Mice and Men, and The Woman in Black for GCSE, plus Much to Do About Nothing, and Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, there's like the same kind of core books, aren't they? But then I guess every school gets to choose which ones they want to do. That's a lot. I'm not going to read all of that out, but there you go. That's so cool. I wish I would have studied Frankenstein. We had a big project, and when we had planned and what we were doing, we spoke about Arctic monkeys for about 30 minutes. That's so cool. I always had the type of teacher where if you asked her anything about her personal life, she would go on about herself for about half an hour. So we'd just do that in order to get out of doing work, which was brilliant. Holes. Oh my gosh, I did Holes. That was one of my favorite books. I loved that. And I did read A Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. I think I started it and got a couple of chapters in and then put it down, but I since bought it from a charity shop and I really want to reread it.
I read
really
it, not for school.
Did you like it?
Yeah, but I read it like when I was school age, but like not for school for ages.
Yeah, that's the thing. I saw it and I was like, oh, it's 50p or something. I was like, I'll buy it, and I definitely want to read it at some point.
I just remembered we also did A Bridge to Terabithia. Is that what it's called?
Oh my gosh, I've never read the book, but the film absolutely broke my heart when I was younger, and I still cannot watch it to this day.
Like year 7, and then watched the film, and like people were legit like crying in the
That
car.
would have been traumatic. What the hell? Oh my gosh. I was so confused though, because I didn't realize what had actually happened. I had to watch it back a few times before I actually understood the big thing that happened. And then I was like, oh. So yeah, traumatized me. For me, I spent about 4 years wanting to study medicine at uni, but last year I decided I wanted to do maths and want to be a maths teacher. That's so cool. I wish I could do maths, but I'm just very, very thick. The full restaurant effect is that the more people are somewhere, the more people are attracted to come in. People are more likely to find you and hit subscribe the bigger you grow. That's crazy, but I was looking at my analytics the other day, and 60% of the people who watch my videos are not subscribed. So that's fun. So if you're here and you're not subscribed, to Karis as well. Hi.
Hey.
You. We will sprint again in a minute, and I think we'll do like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. What are you up to?
Yeah.
What do you want?
I don't mind.
That's your whole evening, but like.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's 25 to 10, so if we did 20 minutes, I guess then we could wrap it up around 10ish.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing 20 at 1:30, and then we'd have 10 minutes to chat before 10, but obviously we've gone over, so I'll just put these comments. My sister called me a swot the other day. She's going to do English and traveling at Durham, so I called her a swot back. Nice. I loved Holes too, and the movie. The movie is such a good one. It's such a classic. Honestly, I love it so much. I feel like it's such a good one to just rewatch constantly as well. Have you?
No, I told you the other week that I've like watched like no films. I haven't watched. I haven't watched any of your favorites.
I don't think you'd like them.
Actually, I have watched I've watched The Hobbit because my flatmate had it on when I got back from a night out once, so I was really drunk, and then they were playing a drinking game while watching it. Like, I just got even more drunk, so I can't remember. But I have seen that one.
To be fair, like, the Lord of the Rings films are always going to be my favorite ones of all time. The Hobbit is definitely a lot more fun, but it's not as well made. So I feel like, whenever I go back to the Lord of the Rings, I know people don't like it. Like, my cousin the other day told me, like, they're crap. Fair enough. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, even if they're wrong. But I think it's just the fact that they were made in, like, 1999 to 2003. And they are that good. And they are still that good to this day. It's just like, oh, because I was watching a film the other day that was made at the same time, and I was just thinking, how can one film be done so well in that time and still, stand up to the test of time? And this film is like absolutely awful. But yeah, it's very like, I don't know what the word is. Like, I don't know if people find it boring. I know the start of the Fellowship is quite slow going, and I always used to like skip that part and just go on to the second part. But now obviously I really do appreciate it. But I think you'd love Holes. Okay. I'm not sure you'd like The Lord of the Rings. And I don't want to hear you tell me that you don't like it, because that makes me sad. Just don't watch it.
I just won't watch it, it's fine.
Don't watch it, I love it. The Bridge to Terabithia still makes me cry to this day. It's so sad. Yes.
Yeah.
30. So I was going to call you Cersei then. Your name is not Cersei. Cece. 30 minutes. Oof. I need to read Holes. Yes, that book is so good. Plus Baby Josh actually. Yeah. She's fluent in Spanish too. My sister is a genius. How old is your sister? Because that is crazy. I'm excited to hear what you'll think of the upcoming Lord of the Rings World Series. I'm so excited, but it's one of those where like the films mean so much to me. I'm scared for a new adaptation, but I think it's going to be amazing. But yeah, I can't wait. I'm following all the updates already, and I'm like excited. I feel like there were about 5 copies of Holes in every English classroom at all times. Yes, I didn't know there is a second book to that though. I think there is like a sequel to it, but I've never read it. But like Holes is such a classic. I can't believe you haven't read that. Oh my god, it's one of my favorite. Now that I've like thought about it, oh, I loved it so much. Loved The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit so much. What was the other film?
I'm not sure.
We both just looked so confused. Is that the one Karis was on about? Or what? I can't remember.
I can't remember. This is the problem. I can't keep up with what we've said. And then someone will ask something and I'll be like...
It's because we go on these tangents, but I kind of love going on the tangents, so... She's 18. Wow. Have you read Small Steps as a spin-off on the sequel to Holes? No, I haven't, but I don't know if I will, but yeah, I just love Holes. It's such a good book. The series will not really be a new adaptation because it's not the same storyline, so I have hopes that it will be really interesting. I'm excited to see what will be better. Yeah. I know, I think it's going more, along the lines of like the Silmarillion type of thing. But I don't know. I think anything in that world will be cool. I just don't know how they're going to do it, but hopefully it's good. Right, sorry, enough chat about that. Nobody cares, except for me and Cece. But I will put up the timer now because it is 22, so we'll just sprint to the hour. I will mute myself now so that I don't talk, but yeah, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Again, I got to the end of the chapter. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, I feel like I need to like get up and walk. When I went to sit down again earlier, I was like, oh my god, my legs feel so achy. Like I need to stretch them.
Yeah, I need to find a better place to sit because this is just like the little sort of box office room thing that we have, because I have my nice like chair in my room, but I don't think the internet works properly in there, so I can't really like be on the be on the live.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, but I feel like as well my eyes, the last couple of sprints I always like end up taking my glasses off because my eyes are like, we've had enough of seeing in full vision for the day.
Yeah, no, thank you. To be fair, by the end of sprints, normally I can feel my eyes going like really sore because I have my ring light here. Obviously, my laptop here. I feel like it's just too much in my face.
Yeah. So. I feel like it always happens so quickly though. I'm fine, and then the next minute I'm like, oh, I just notice it.
Yeah.
How did you get on?
I read quite a bit. I think I've read like 25 pages, I think, which is kind of insane for 15 minutes. So, yeah. We did 20 minutes, didn't we?
Yeah. It's still good.
I felt really proud then I thought, no, I'm not. What about you?
About the same, yeah. About 22, 23, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've read 63 pages of this one, which is good, seeing as the first 2 sprints I was reading the other one.
Wow, that's so good. I was just thinking, I can't remember what page I was on when we started, but I've definitely read over like 120 pages. Because wait, where am I now? Where have I put my bookmark? I've lost it.
You've lost the page.
Okay, I've read this big chunk. Oh no, yeah, this is the big chunk. Yeah, I've read that. I've got this to go. So definitely a lot more progress, which is really good.
Is it like, you said at the start when we started that you thought it was like just picking up? Do you feel like it's...
Yeah, it's like a lot of stuff has happened and like a lot of things have been revealed where you're like, oh, okay, mistakes. Yeah, I'm not sure how this first one's going to wrap up though. Like, I don't know, but I'm liking the way it's going so far. It's very interesting. But yeah, and it's quite different as well because I thought it was going to be like the same type of thing as the first trilogy, but it's quite, not more high stakes, but it feels like there's more of like a danger to it in a way, which is kind of cool. Oh gosh, I don't know where I was in the comments. How did you all do, by the way? Oh, there I am. Haven't read Holes either.
Someone's with me.
Oh, you need to read it. It's so good, or at least watch it.
Maybe I should do like a video, like reading sort of like books that people did at school, a better title than that, but like the ones that I haven't read, like To Kill a Mockingbird, Holes, and Inspector Calls, like those sorts of books.
Well, someone said to me I should do like a week of like reading books that have been recommended on live sprints, so you could do that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But yeah, the film was just brilliant. Happy reading. I'll just watch The Chamber of Secrets. I don't suppose you know who. I don't support you know who's gonna... Okay, cool. I was like, I read that completely wrong. I know The Philosopher's Stone was on telly earlier. I watched the end of it. Or was it? Yeah, it was Philosopher's Stone. Oh, more Harry Potter. I'm reading The Deathly Hallows, but I too do not support you know who's. Please don't come for me as well. That's the thing, isn't it? I feel conflicted about this because I still have the books. I love the books. Like, my favorite things ever since I was younger. And I also have a massive love for the film, but like I don't want to be talking about it because obviously it's so harmful to a lot of people. But then again, it's been such a big part of my life where like it's weird to just cut it off.
That's right. Yeah, it's difficult. But I mean, I still have the books that I have. I wouldn't now like buy any more stuff. But
I feel like you've spent so much money on it though. Like I know I've spent so much money on merch and books, and like I've been to the studios like 7 times, and I'd love to go back again because it's amazing just the way they've done it. But then I'm like, if I tell people I'm going to the studios, they're gonna absolutely roast me. But like, it's like, how do you? Because I don't know if she gets money from the studios. I'm guessing she does.
yeah, I guess so. I don't. It's difficult, isn't it? But
Yeah, exactly. As long as I feel like as long as you're not actively promoting it, like I'm not recommending it to people. I'm not talking about it now, really. I just sort of, if I read the books, it'd be in my own time. I probably wouldn't put it on Goodreads either. It'd just be something for me.
yeah,
But yeah, I wouldn't support her in any way now.
yeah,
So,
same.
which is annoying though, because I feel like I've spent so much money across the years. Like I'm like, oh.
Yeah, to then be like, wow, you're a terrible person.
Oh, exactly.
Good
But,
to
like,
know.
for it, I don't get why there was a need for it to start off with. Like, surely you can just keep those opinions to yourself. Like, you don't need to voice that to millions of people on Twitter.
Yeah. But then I guess at least we know, like, if
Yeah.
someone's like a shitty person, would you rather know, or would you? I don't know. This is too deep of a
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But just know we don't support the author, but still trying to work out how to separate everything, because yeah, it just all happened very quickly as well, where everyone was like, okay, done. And I was like, oh, okay. Which is for the best, don't get me wrong. But yeah, I feel weird like mentioning it. So it's very funny. Got through 21 pages, 15 to go. Oh my gosh, well done. 42 pages this time. Wow.
Well done.
Can't believe I've been here for 5 hours. Thanks for keeping me on. I can't believe that we've been on here for 5 hours. I feel like sprints go so fast.
I feel like these ones that we're doing just go quicker every week.
Yeah. But like, it's so nice though, because people actually really like these, and it really helps them. Because I never thought that like 5 p.m. on a Friday that people would want to be sprinting, but I think it's nice that people can like jump in and out and like
get
themselves ready for, you know, the night. I just think it's really nice. But yeah, thank you guys for joining, by the way.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
It's always nice to have you here.
It is literally like my favorite time of week. Like I said when I retweeted the tweet with the like link.
Well, you know it's mine because I scheduled this live like 2 weeks before even asking Karis if she was okay to do one. I was just like, oh, I'll just schedule it.
Yeah, I just saw it and I was like, oh, I'll be there. Imagine if you then forgot to tell me and I just didn't appear.
Oh my gosh. It's so weird though, because I thought about like how individual sprints would go, as in like if I were to just be like, oh, I'm going to host some random sprints, like anyone can join. But then I was on Emily's yesterday and she like froze and disappeared and it was only me on screen and it was the most awkward thing. It was literally just me sat there like,
Yeah, I don't think I'd know what to do if I was by myself. But then when I was younger, you used to be able to go live, like, I don't know if it was on Twitter, but it was all connected to your Twitter account. And I literally did that. I was too young. I was like 13 and I used to go live like this on Twitter and I'd only get like 20 people watching or something, but I'd be talking about like bands and Coronation Street and all the cringy sort of things that I used to like. No, you can see like if you search far enough back or like search on certain things, you can see the links, but I clicked on them a couple of years ago and they're like the site's gone now, which is good, but also I would love to see them because embarrassing.
That's so funny. Yeah. I feel like I would have done that though.
Yeah. And I had like
if I had access to it, I would have done that.
Yeah, and I had like no embarrassment. I could just sit there and talk by myself. But I feel like now, and maybe it's because like I know some of the people who are watching as well. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like,
yeah,
say.
Almost through the 5 love languages. Nice. Thank you, girls, for another lovely evening reading experience. Yeah, thank you. I honestly love doing these every week. I feel like it's just really nice. And I feel like more people have been joining recently as well. I feel like they've sort of understood that we are doing these like weekly now.
Yeah, it's nice to see some people like each week, which is nice.
Yeah.
We'll schedule the one for next week over the weekend. So it'll be the same 5 p.m. on my channel next week.
Yeah, I always feel so bad because like I've been doing so many sprints this week that I feel like I can't like post about all of them at once. So like my one tomorrow, I haven't even shared the link yet. So I'm like, oops.
People will just see it pop up though, I guess.
Oh well. I ended up picking up the James Patterson one.
How's it going?
I don't connect them with her. Yeah. I have the books and films, love them so much, but I don't like her or agree with her. I think that's the general.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's just hard when you have a bit of a platform. Because, you know, I've got the books up here, so you can't see them at all, but like, it's just, yeah, I just feel a bit weird having them on there, but like, I've got really nice Nerdy Ink covers that were like designed and created by an independent company, and I really love them, so that makes me feel a bit better about it, but like,
at least some of the money, like when you bought them, would have gone to like small businesses as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the thing, because I was thinking about this the other day, because like I said, I've been like 6-7 times, and I love it. It's just like the most magical thing, because obviously the films, like I said, such a big part of my life. I love going there. I've been there almost every year since it opened in 2012. And so now I'm like, I would love to go back, but I don't want my money to go towards that. And then I don't want people to see me there and be like, oh, what is she doing? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I wouldn't post about it or anything. But like, again, I feel like that's a bit of a lie though. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I feel conflicted too. Looking at the books now, I can see so many issues where her questionable position seeps through into the story characters, but I found so much support in identifying Slytherin. That's the thing. I think they're the type of books where anyone can identify with at least one of the houses normally. I feel like it was such like a comfort thing to fall back on and feel like some sort of, I don't know how to word it.
Yeah, like a place, I guess.
Yeah, like a safe space, I suppose. But yeah, it's become like a whole other thing now, which is really sad. And yeah, at least we know she's toxic. Yeah. These help me so much with mental health, and you are also lovely. You make me feel so welcome every time I go on sprints. Oh. To be fair, I think they help my mental health because, as you can see, I talk full speed, and I think it's actually so nice to be able to talk to people. Because like I always say, it's nice when you comment. Like I love getting comments on my videos, but I'm the worst at replying. So I'll see a comment and reply like 2 days later.
Yeah.
We can chat. We can go on weird tangents. You get to know us personally. We get to know you a lot better. It's just so nice. Can't believe I've nearly read a whole book, even if it's a short one in these sprints. I love that. Like I'm actually so surprised at how much I've gotten read because I didn't think I would manage that.
Yeah, same. I think the 45-minute sprints were really good, actually.
Yeah, because I like the 30 ones, but I always say with the 45 ones, if you want to take a little break at the start and like make a cup of tea, you've got that half an hour to actually fully like read. And I just think it makes a difference having that extra quarter of an hour, like even if you want to read for the whole thing or do something else and come back.
Yeah,
really good thing. I like that we ended on a little bit of a shorter one as well.
Yeah.
No, don't remind me of the freezing yesterday. She literally froze about 4 times.
Oh no.
And yeah, one time she fully disappeared and it was literally me and everyone was like, oh, it's the Rhiannon show. And I was literally like, because I couldn't click on the comments either because it wasn't me hosting. It's not like I could.
You were just there like.
She didn't leave me for too long though, it's fine. I always laugh, but it's so embarrassing. It was like I was like having a full-on conversation with her and all of a sudden I'd realised like she's not moved for a good 10 seconds. And I was like, okay, she's frozen. I only just started watching sprints at the start of the week, but I'm in love with them. It's helping me read more, and I also do studying during the break in between reading, so I have the perfect mix. Yeah, I love doing that. It is handy as well. Sometimes, like you say, I will mute when people speak. I'm not trying to be rude, but like if I'm in the mood to do something, I don't want to stop.
Yeah.
But then again, like I'll try and do different things so that it is breaking it up and it's not just like the full 5 hours of studying or whatever. Yeah, so I'm glad that it helps. It's definitely helped me. Yes, it's currently 10:15. We've been here for over 5 hours. Don't have the brain capacity to do anymore. I'm also meant to do uni work tonight, so
yeah.
It's fine. I've got the whole weekend, but I'm kind of glad, like you said, that I've gotten to a place now where I feel like I can just binge this.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to focus on uni work tomorrow, just because if I need to, then I can go into Sunday, but it's fine. It's going really well so far. I feel like I'm going to get through it really quickly. Is that the James Patterson one, I think?
Yeah, I think so. That's good.
You're good at replying, or at least for me. I don't know if that's because I've been commenting for months, though, so it might just be my experience. No, I always reply to comments. It's just whether I'm busy, because like obviously if I'm doing uni work, I tend not to look at my phone, but then I do like before bed and stuff, I do try and catch up, especially if I've just posted a new video. Like I will try and be
active.
I feel like if you left a comment, I need to reply, because otherwise it's just really rude.
That's when I tend to reply, like when I upload my new video, I'll like go back through all the comments and make sure that I've replied to them all on the old one, because I feel like I hate not replying, but I know that I never do it as soon as I see the notification.
Yeah, but I love comments though, and I get it, because I comment on people's videos who have loads of subscribers, and obviously they don't have the time to go through every single comment. So like I'll be like 3 weeks later and someone will reply to me and I'm like, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I feel like at the minute I can manage it, and it's really nice to actually like chat to people and thank them for actually watching the videos and stuff. I feel like it's just really nice. But yeah, I'm trying to be good. I do leave a lot of them sometimes because I feel like I want to reply to a load in one go.
Yeah.
I like do one and then come back.
Yeah.
I do try and like, because like my latest video now, there was like a bunch of comments, and then at the start of the last sprint I was like, I'll just quickly reply. It's always me who freezes. Yeah, to be fair, Rebecca's frozen 1 or 2 times, so it's not just you. You both look so fabulous. I feel like when I'm on hour 5 or 6 on a sprint, I start looking like I partied all night. To be fair, I looked like a hot mess all throughout today, and I thought I'm going to put a little bit of makeup on just so I look presentable, because I was on Emily's yesterday, literally my hair up, I was wearing a hoodie, no makeup, and I looked atrocious, and I was like, I'm not doing that. So it's literally just like foundation and brows and mascara, but yeah. I thought I can't sit there for hours just looking a mess.
Yeah, I was literally like, oh, maybe I should brush my hair.
I love that. See, I can't brush my hair when it's curly because it'll just go frizzy. So I was like, do I straighten it? But if I straighten it, it takes like a good hour. And I was like, no. I'll just go on with this and see how it goes. Comments are the best. Yes, it's so nice. It's like I said in my last video, like, I'll leave this emoji if you've gotten this far. And like people actually commenting it. I was like, oh. Because I'm really bad at like, I'll click on something, I'll watch a bit, and then I'll click off and do something else, and then I forget about it. Yeah. And then I go on YouTube again, it's like reloaded, so the video's gone, but it's still in my library. So every now and again, I like go back to it and finish it, which is awful. But just to know that people actually have like watched the whole thing,
yeah,
it's so nice.
Yeah, I try and like comment more just like emojis and stuff on people's videos that I've watched to let people know that I've watched it and I've enjoyed it. But sometimes my brain literally cannot, even though I've enjoyed it, my brain literally can't think of something interesting to say, you know.
So I've gotten bad at like, I don't know if it's annoying, but as stuff's happening, I will just type and then I'll post it. So like, I know in your vlog the other day, I literally commented like 4 different times, but because I'm like, it's one where like, if I was doing something, it's like keep writing or discard. So I can't like do anything else, but like I just type it and post it so you know where I am and like how far I've watched.
I like that though.
A load of comments.
I like that because it's like you've actually watched it, you know?
Yeah, I just feel like it's nice, but then I always feel like I love getting comments, so hopefully other people do, and I'm not just being like a weird person. But yeah, I do tend to just comment as stuff's happening and then just send it. BookTube really taught me to leave comments too. I never did before because I thought they don't read them anyway. Here I learned how people cherish them. Exactly. Yeah. Literally, I used to be the same. I still am, to be fair. With some videos, I don't comment, which is a bit bad of me, really. But I know, especially the smaller creators, I feel like they appreciate it a lot more as well. So I do tend to try and comment as much as I can because, like I said, it means the world to me. So
I always used to get like so stressed with commenting, like, you know, if you weren't like friends with someone or you hadn't spoke before, like, oh, you know. But I think now seeing like how much people just love get like comments, do you know what I mean?
It's just like you say, it's an easy way to talk to people as well, though. Because like I think you and me just like commented on a video and then we were like, oh, we'll do this, and then we started messaging. But like it was just so random but so nice. Because I remember saying to them, I was like, oh my god, someone commented and they want a buddy read, and I was like so excited. And look where we are now. But yeah, it's just so nice. I love the idea of leaving or asking to leave an emoji. I might steal that idea from my new series. Yeah, definitely. I used to do it in every video, but then I think I just kind of stopped. And then in my last one, I was just kind of like, do you know what? Whilst we're here, leave me this emoji if you've watched, and then we'll see. And I actually got loads of comments with it, so that was really nice. I'm always scared to ask that though, in case no one has watched. And so if anyone were to go in the comments, they'd be like, you know what? Your comments mean so much to me. They make me feel so happy as I haven't seen any of my friends in months. It's like someone actually wants to talk to me. I haven't been on my phone for ages too. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like because I'm on screen so much at the minute, I do try and like step back sometimes.
Yeah.
So I am a bit slower. Like I know when you sent me a message on Goodreads, I didn't reply for days. And that's basically because I didn't go on Goodreads for days. It's not that I was ignoring you. I just literally wasn't on the app. And yeah, I've been very aware of like screen time recently, and I'm like, I need to take a break. Because I know at the minute I'm not sleeping very well. And I think it's because I'm on screens all day. My brain is like,
probably. I feel like when I come off lives like this one, even though like I've had a really good time, I can never just go like straight to bed because my brain's like, oh. Yeah,
exactly. No, I completely agree with that. It is weird, but no, thank you. It means a lot when you comment as well. I love seeing you post a comment. I always look for it in my new video. I'm like, has she seen it yet? I used to be too scared to comment on videos of fear of being judged. That was me, because I was on BookTube like watching. I've been on there for about like 5 years now. And like you say, I never used to comment because I was like, nobody cares. Like, it's just weird if I comment on these random people's videos. And now I just leave a comment being like, if I find a new channel, which I did the other day, just comment on one of the videos being like, I've just found your channel. I really enjoyed this video. I'm glad I found it, or whatever. I think it just makes someone's day.
Yeah, definitely.
I love getting comments. I created my channel to talk to people. Exactly. That's what we've all done, isn't it?
Yeah.
I also learned that when somebody you never thought would read them reacts to them makes my day. I got a heart on one of my comments from Dr. Mike. Still cherish that one. That's so cool. Because I haven't been on my phone in so long. I haven't spoken to my friends in weeks. My dad says I spend too much time on my phone, so he took it. Yeah, there's not much to do at the minute though, so it's one of those, isn't it, where you try and limit your screen time, but in this day and age, that's the only way we can communicate. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I definitely do want to try and stay away from screens if I can. I was meant to take a break from them this week, but
that's gone well.
Yeah, I was literally every single day this week I've been like, hi, doing sprints.
At least you're reading and doing other stuff in like these as well, though. It's not just like sitting.
Oh my god,
I could easily spend 5 hours this evening like just being on my phone. So at least we've done like 3 hours of reading.
that's the thing. But I've realized, I think it was last week, I had such bad headaches because I was doing uni work all day. So I was either like doing lesson plans or making answer sheets or just stuff like that, tedious stuff that takes a lot of time. And then I was like jumping onto my laptop, editing a video or trying to watch YouTube, and I just could not do it. So I just, I decided that like I need to try and take a break. But it hasn't happened this week, so yeah. Gonna have to go now. I'll try and join tomorrow. Thank you. I hope you had a really good night with us. Thank you for joining. We will be leaving in a second as well, but stop talking apparently. That reminds me, I watched your vlog and now I'm not sure if I left the comment I wanted to leave because I watched it in bed. This is another thing. I watch stuff like the first thing in the morning or the last thing at night, and normally it's like when I'm lying in bed and my phone's charging and I'm like, oh, I can't be asked to type in a comment.
Yeah, the auto plays on.
Yeah, exactly. So don't worry about it. Or I watch it on my telly, so I can't like comment.
Yeah.
It's on the telly. So yeah, don't worry about it. Was the emoji the flower? Yeah, I asked you to leave a rose. Oh, yeah. There you are. Charlotte knows. Right, on that note, I'm going to leave it here because I feel like the lives get longer and longer each week.
I know.
We always feel like, I never thought we'd do a 4-hour live, and here we are, like 5 hours. Oh, God.
One of the days we'll go on, we'll be like midnight, and we'll be like, so.
Oh, my God, imagine. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I think, like, about 5 is, like, max. Because otherwise I just get way too distracted and, like, I don't read. Been trying to stay off social media lately. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Only watched BookTube for a year, started with Books and Lala's bookshelf reorganization video. Yeah, I love Books and Lala as well, but I think I watched, like, Sasha Alsberg, and then I found Emma Books, I think. And then I sort of worked my way to like the recommended one. So I just watched a bunch and then found who I really like vibed with.
Yeah, I can't remember who I first watched, but it was back in like 2012, 2013. So it would have been like Christine or someone. Like
yeah, exactly. Like
the
OG. Read 66 books last year, not including reading the Twilight Saga 4 times. Wow. That was me. I think when I started my channel, I read 80 books, and normally I would have read 20 to 30. And then last year I read 100. But this year I'm kind of like, I want to take time with the stuff I'm reading. I don't want to just read for, saying I've read 100 books or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. But these sprints are definitely helping me get through, which is brilliant. Right. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to end it now, otherwise, again, we will chat for way too long. It's been such a nice evening though, as always. Very nice to have everyone here chatting to us. It really does make this live a whole lot better. Thank you, Karis, for joining me. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Her link should be in the description of this video, but it is just Karis's Corner, as you can see there. I am doing live sprints tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. as well, if anyone wants to join. Cece's joining me as well, and a couple of other people. So if you want more reading, definitely join. But for now, gonna love you and leave you. Thanks so much for joining, and we'll see you in the next one on Karis's channel next week at the same time.